modification in all the wrong places. Chemical fascination destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Good evening, everybody. Morning, wherever you happen to be in the world today. Getting these things started off a little late. A little bit of technical difficulties. Part of the reason why I'm running a little bit late. Just apologize for that. On top of dealing with some IRL things. It's a little bit soggy over here in my neck of the woods. So, yeah, that's been a little bit of a task, I guess. So, glad to be able to just get on here, I guess, for Spline Design Studios Saturday, and kind of just dive into something else, to deal with something else, I guess, other than actual reality. So I hope everybody's doing well. In most cases, much better than I've been, I guess, for the better part of the day. So, yeah, just looking forward, I guess, getting into some work here. So, didn't have much of a game plan coming in to this, I guess, as far as what to go over. I got a general idea here. I got some projects, if you want to call it that, I guess, is going on in the background, primarily with the Farming Simulator 19 simulation by Giants. So that's probably about what I'll probably cover here. I got at least one item, if not two or more things, I guess, to go over on the Farming Simulator 19 thing. Probably besides the cooperative elevator complex that I've been working on in a couple of Saturday streams here. So it's going to be a bit before I get some things loaded up here. Like I said, it's been a little bit crazy over in my neck of the woods here. So I've had to reset up, I guess, the studio, I guess, a little bit here to kind of accommodate, I guess, some of the moisture dealing with. So you just please bear with me, I guess, a moment while I get settled here and get everything going. Okay. Now, so one of the things I want to go over here, and I'm probably going to have to go into the Giants editor first. So let's go ahead and bring this over. That should be fine. So overlays working. Cool. Okay, so one of the first things I would need to do to start work on what I need to do, what I want to potentially work on, is a bale storage shed. It's kind of an open barn concept to be able to store bales of straw and such, or whatever, for farms or whatever in Farming Simulator 19 simulation. So what I need to do is, let's see, I can go ahead and probably bring this over just to kind of show the process here. So I need to open up the map here, I guess, to get the object I need to edit out of here, as I don't have any other way to get to the model I need to get at. So let's go like this. So yeah, just getting into a little bit of modeling, I guess, for Farming Simulator 19. It's going to involve some editing of the model in 3ds Max. I figure that is somewhat related, I guess, to what I like to go over with, I guess, on Spline Design Studios Saturday. So, okay. Alright, we're going to open up this map. Let's see here. Just gotta find out what I did with the map. I should have it in my games folder. My games, 19 mods, maps. Okay, here we go. So we're in the location I need to be. Torch coming in, giving himself a shot. How we doing there, Torch? Hope you're doing well. So I know this doesn't. I haven't really showed this process before that I know of. Whoops. No, it is loading. Okay. Let's give this a second. The map to load, I guess, into the Giants editor here for a second. And we'll dive right into isolating the actual model in this map, whatever that I need to edit. For some reason, I didn't save after I put it into the map. I kind of removed and deleted, I guess, everything that I had used to construct it in the first place. So I'm gonna have to reverse engineer it. So I guess that would be a pretty good the thing to go over here, I guess. So if you've got a model that's already in existence, whether you created it or not, say for example, I'm going to show the process as far as being able to reverse engineer it to get it back down into its individual parts. I've kind of shown some of that somewhat before, I guess, on the streams, but this is something that I need to get done, I guess, for this map. So I figure what better way, I guess, to show that off. So this is the, whoa, let's focus on that. This is the open barn that I need to edit. And what I need to do is isolate it down to, see, is that hiding all this stuff there? No. Okay, so this open barn, so as you can see, it's got some sub-transforms to it, so I don't need this lighting and all that jazz. I can delete those. And I don't need this floor. So I just need this piece here. And just to make sure that it's, that's all I need. Okay. I'm going to leave it right in this translates here. I'm not going to worry about that. I could set this all to 0. But it's not really necessary. It's better just to bring it into 3ds Max. I can always 0 it out in 3ds Max once I re-import that as a OBJ. Because that's what I'm going to end up needing to do here. Alright, so sorry it was not on Wednesday. I installed new 1 terabytes memory, video card, keyboard, mouse. Took a while. Oh man, sounds like I got a whole new PC. Oh, there was no worries there. I did a lot of for Wednesday. I did a lot of the tournament aspect as well as the career mode. Played a lot of that. Was finally able to get me some some progression, I guess, on those modes. So yeah, it turned out pretty good there on Wednesday. Yeah, but we did miss you though. We didn't get to do any multiplayer action pretty much at all. It wasn't enough interest or anybody that was looking to want to do that, so I didn't get a chance to engage in that. Oh, the new thing is probably fast. I don't doubt it. As far as 1 terabyte SSD, I'd love to be able to get a 1 tera. The prices of a lot of those things are coming down quite a bit. One that I've looked at, I think it's the Samsung Evo. I want to say it is. I've got them kind of in my wish list of things to get. My biggest concern is just whether or not I should update the operating system as far as Windows itself. That's one thing that's still kind of I cringe about as far as changing drives, especially with the drive with the OS on. That's still running on a mechanical traditional dinosaur HDD. I mean, it's a 7200 RPM, so it's still clicking away. So yeah, I've got a install, I guess, for Windows 7 too. That's what I'm currently running on there. But yeah, so that's just what I've been tossing around. It's like I don't know if I would want to just bite the bullet and just say screw it and just deal with 10, or possibly even do, if I get a new drive, if I end up doing a dual boot system, where I can have the choice of going to Windows 7 or Windows 10. That would probably be more of the option I would go with, I guess, if I did do a new drive, and considered, I guess, installing a new OS, I guess, on a new SSD, because I'd probably want to do a dual boot system, so I could choose if I, like I said, Windows 10 or Windows 7, because there's still some programs that just don't play nice on Windows 10. That's my biggest beef, I guess, with going over to Windows 10. I don't necessarily hate 10. It's just two things that bug me the most about Windows 10. And I know I've mentioned this before, so if it sounds redundant, I guess I apologize, but the one thing is the constant updates, and there's no way around it. You have to do them eventually. You can schedule them, I guess, as far as, but it has to do them, regardless if you want them to or not, which tends to step on a lot of the settings, I guess, for different programs and peripherals and stuff like that. That's my one biggest beef. Probably my second biggest beef is just the timing of the updates themselves. As far as, like, you can set it for a schedule, and if it considers it to be, I guess, a critical update, it just updates when it wants to. I've dealt with family members' PCs and devices, I guess, that has Windows 10 on it, and that's my two biggest beasts, I guess, is Windows 10. It's just the way the update features, I guess, of it. It's like you have to update it. There's no ifs, ands, or but about it. It doesn't matter if you don't want to or not. And you can be in the middle of something and it'll do an update, and then everything just goes to crap. And it's just, yeah, I don't care for that. Yeah, I've had to deal with that, like, on the family members' PCs and all that jazz. And it's just like, that would be, if this was my system, I'd be throwing that sucker right outside. But understanding, I guess, there are some advantages to having a Windows 10 system, being able to get some of these newer type applications and software, particularly games, to operate more efficiently on a Windows 10 system. So I know there's our advantages, I guess, to having a Windows 10 system, but it's just the darn updates, man. It's like that's the biggest beef that I have with them is all. Oh yeah, I can imagine it does update fast in SSD. I know SSD, you can't go wrong with that. It's just my thing, like I said, with if I was to get an SSD, I'd want to put, reformat and put the OS on there, as far as the operating system on it, and get it off the HDD. That's what I'd want to use it for, and that's the thing I worry about, because then I'd have to redo all my settings, I guess, as far as my 3ds Max and all that stuff, and that's just, I don't want to have to deal with it. Call me lazy, but alright, so I'm just checking out some other things I need to do before I export this out. I had apparently a version of this exported out. It's an older file. I doubt this is going to load. Let me try this though. Let me bring over Max here really quick. I don't think this one's going to load, but I'm going to try it. Nope. Well, that stinks. Okay. Thought I'd try it anyway. Okay, so we gotta export this out. Yeah, like I said, so the fact that I got this open, so now I got it broke down to what I want to be able to export. So I'm gonna export selection, and I want to select an OBJ, and I'm gonna put this right on the desktop. Let's see. I'm in a very precarious situation here, I guess, with we got a lot of drying out got going on here. So we've had some overabundance of moisture here, so you have to bear with me. I'm in tight quarters, even tighter quarters than I usually am, I guess, as far as the studio. So, alright, so we want to, let's name this. I'm going to do it this way. Open barn 2. Okay. So let's see how this one worked. Okay. That seems to be better. So I don't know what I did wrong before, but okay, this thing should work. So let's import this into 3ds Max. Alright. So the one thing, yeah, there we go. Boom, there she is. Okay, so the one thing when you do this, usually in most cases at all, when you deal with an OBJ, it's almost pretty much, it doesn't matter which type of game or simulation that you're dealing with. When you export it out and or export it out as an OBJ, it's always going to upscale, blow it up like 10 times, so you have to scale it down. So in this case, that's what I'm going to have to do here, and it's going to have to translate to what it had, to where I exported. Actually, it's even worse than that. So I'll get that zeroed out. So let's scale this first. It's already going to be like 10 times as big. So I got to get it back down to 1, so it goes back to the size that, you know, from where I exported it from. So I'll do it at 1 on the scale, and import that in there. So that's now the scale that I needed. Okay, and then we want to zero this thing out on the translate. So just right click on all the X, Y, and Z. Got this on Amazon for 116. Western Digital Blue 3D. Oh, NAD 1 terabyte internal PC SSD. SATA 3. It's nice, 6 gigabyte. That's all the info for it. As far as the dimension, that's the standard size. Up to 560 megabyte. Oh, that must be the. I don't know what that last part is, but that's a nice one. Yeah, 1 tera would be nice. That would be very beneficial as far as to have that much. Yep, that'd be nice. So that's only 116 bucks. That's not bad. Western Digital too. That's a good brand. The HDDs that I have are Western Digital. So I've only had out of my entire lifetime of all the builds I've ever done, the only problem I've ever had with any of my drives are Seagates. The one being it was a Barracuda, and I think that was a 2 tera. That's really about the only type of drive, be it HDD, that actually failed. Not saying anything bad about Seagate, but I've had nothing ever go wrong, I guess, with any of my Western Digitals HDD drives. So currently I have a 1 tera HDD blue and 500 gigabyte green. Both are Western Digital. So I have basically a terabyte and a half of drive space, and to be perfectly honest, I'm pretty full. A lot of the stuff that I usually gather, I guess, from for doing my projects here, it's on our cloud drive, which is also Western Digital cloud drive. That's shared, I guess, by the family here. I guess that's that we all have access, I guess, to that with our own credentials, and that's really only my safe space. I guess I'll be able to just get some stuff off the system, you know, as far as the PC itself. But that gets used up quite a bit too, because everybody uses that, and it's like it gets filled up pretty quick with like pictures and videos and all kinds of stuff, you know, work related things. And 6 drives, yeah. See, I don't even want to. I probably got the space to be able to put 6 drives, but boy. Alright, so I got it zeroed out. Now I need to zoom in on this. Yep, so we'll just select this. Now I got it all, the translate all zeroed out. Just right clicked on the XYZ. So I zoom in on that. So here's our piece. I need to do the rotate as well. That's interesting. So it's obviously rotated. Okay, that doesn't have any. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, scale's already done. That's odd. Usually it'll have the rotation that was applied in there. I guess I can look in here and see what rotation it was. 32.216 on the negative. So I need to bring that back to 0, so I should be able to go 32.116. Let me try this. On the rotation, and then that's, which axis was that on? That's on the Y there. Whoops. My bad. Let's try this. 32. Shoot, I forgot the number. 32.116. Okay, so let's try this. .116. Nope, wrong one. Okay. Yeah, so the rotations are different in here. Okay, so I need that on the 32.116. Nope. You dirty rat. Okay. 32.116. Okay, so I might have to go on the negative on that. There we go. Okay, so I gotta put it the same value. And this one, in this case, would be on the Z axis. Okay. Alright. Sometimes that happens too. I know axes used to get flipped. So, like, in Giants Editor, for example, the Y is your Z, which would be your vertical up and down, and the Z is your Y, which is usually in this direction. So, yeah, that's flipped on the rotation words too. So now that we got this straight, what I want to do is go to here, Effect, Pivot, and I want to be able to zero that out. Oh crap, it's moving that too. Oh, I forgot to do Effect Pivot, my bad. Effect Pivot, and zero that out. So now it's going to put the pivot back to 0. There. Now I got it completely zeroed back out. Cool. So now we're all 0, 0, 0 on the rotations as well as X, Y, and Z. Now what I need to do is we need to reverse engineer this thing. And I've kind of shown this process before, so what I need to do is all these rafters, as well as the sheet metal, need to separate all that out so that I can modify collisions that exist in the posts and such. So, where I'll start on this, I'm going to convert this to an editable poly, number 1. Always the best way. Alright, let's go into here, and I want to select all these polys, whoops, these outside polys here. They should have some back facing there too. Get this all separated out. So I'm getting all the outside faces here for now. It's very low poly when you consider, I guess, as far as the overall structure of it. So just get these outsides. Maybe I can. I'll see if I can get the inside faces. Oh, I already selected it there. Mouse kind of slipped, so I'll go ahead and try all the inside facing, the back facing too. Should be able to get all that as well. I want to leave the. Oh crap! I already got the post in there. Alright, hold on. Go back. There we go. Yeah. I want to be sure I don't get the posts in there at all. Okay, I'm gonna go with my original plan and just get just the outside faces. Okay. Alright. That's good. So I want to attach all that. And we'll make these outside panels. Just to make it easier like that. So there we go. Now I'm going to hide those. You know, looks like they're still there, but I've got them hidden. No, this should be all the back facing. If I select these, that's going to be all back facing. So I should be able to select all those, that into a separate piece, separate object. And this is part of the process of reverse backwards engineering, I guess, of a model. So what this should help me to do, once I get all these flat panels out of here, it should allow me to get to the posts here individually. And that's what I want to get to. Yep, so that's a post going across there. Okay. Good, so we'll detach that. I feel like that's a little bit loud. We'll turn that down just a tad. There we go. Alright, so let's go ahead and detach this. And we'll do this as inside panels, just to make it easier to find in the items list. Okay, now we'll hide those. Now we have just the posts and the rafters and such, all those beams. That's what I want to get to. Okay, now okay, that's weird. Just making sure that's working. Okay, so the main ones I guess I want to get are these ones. Are these in the front? Probably to include these Y members. I want to be able to remove any collision that'll possibly be in here, because what's happening, this is the issue. To not remove, I guess, the visual integrity, I guess, of the structure, I don't want to remove these posts and just leave this, all this bulk of the roof, I guess, kind of suspended, you know, kind of flapping there. I want to maintain these, but what the problem is when we have it during the gameplay, I guess, of using this particular type of shed, is you tend to run in these posts, and it causes havoc with, you know, your equipment, as far as your tractors and your baling trailers that you try to back up into there and out of. So by removing the collisions from these posts, you still have the visual there, you know, the visual integrity, I guess, of the supports, I guess, for the roof, but just removing the collisions, I guess, from that. That's found to be a necessity, I guess, for what we've been dealing with, I guess, as far as the gameplay, I guess, of this in our maps and such, I guess, for Farm Sim 19. So, let's see here. Let's break down, and I wanted to get all those panels, polys off there, just to kind of see how this was constructed here a little bit better, just to kind of get them out of the way. Now that I can see what's going on here, I should be able to better. This little piece of strip right here looks like. That's not a beam. Okay. So all the way around here, so we got this. Let's see what else we got here. Another little sliver here. Yep. So all this here, I'll get that out of here. That's kind of like a little set of rim poly. So we got there. Get all this out of the way too. We'll put this in we'll detach this. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. It's been a while since I put this piece together. Okay. It's kind of coming back to me a little bit as far as how I did this. So I made actual steel beams. You can see they're like I-beams, because you can see them, I guess, from the underside of, you know, when you're looking at the underside of the barn. So we got this one. Oop. Okay, and then this little piece. Okay, we got that. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. make sure we got, yep, so we got that. It's like a 2-inch or 3-inch strip. I guess going all the way around. Small little thin poly, I guess, going around that like that. Oop. Okay, so let's detach that. And I guess I would just call this trim. Okay, now for the trim, we'll hide that, get that out of the way. There. Now we should just have the beams. Again, it's just in an effort, I guess, to get the majority of this out of the way. So I got another sliver. What's this sliver? The heck is that one going to? What is that doing? Let's see here. Huh. So we got another little sliver here. I guess there's some thickness, I guess, to the polys I already took out. Interesting. Okay. Alright, I thought they were just flat planes. So that's just like the thickness of the actual other polys that I took out there. Cool. Alright, so you can get those out there as well. I want to be able to save this into a new thing because for whatever reason, I don't know why I didn't... when I originally constructed this, was like once I got it done and got it into the map, I just kind of removed all those files for some reason. Not thinking I would need to come back to it later. Whoops. Don't want that. Want that. So if anything, this will give you somewhat of an idea of how to reverse it. This really comes back down to how you construct the model that you put together in the first place, as far as, you know, if you've got just a helter-skelter layout, I guess, of polys and such, I guess, in here, it makes it a little bit tougher, I guess, especially if you've got a lot of cuts and things in your polys. It'll make it a lot more difficult, I guess, to be able to select the polys in the same fashion that I'm doing. So it really does come down, I guess, to kind of cleaning up your work, if you will, to make sure, like, if you ever had to do this process at some point, you know, take the headache away from me a little bit, I guess, as far as to, you know, kind of not use so many polys, reduce the amount of cuts if you can help it. So it looks like I need to get, okay, these are the back, so like the nailers, I guess, in between the beams. Okay, so I guess I don't have, is there any thickness here? Or did I already get this one out here? Okay, doesn't look like there's anything there. Yeah, this is just a beam. Interesting, okay. So let's do detach there. And we'll do this, I'll just call it trim too. Alright, and we'll hide that. Hello. Alright, hide that. And let's check the other side too, see if it's got some there. So just basically trying to get it broke down and get it broke down into the beams. So
restrictions apply.
Of course, the restrictions always apply, don't they? Stop. There we go. Alright, so let's check this side. Yep, so I got some here. Just thin little strips here. That's just the thickness of those other polys that I took out. So that one. That one there. Okay. What's kind of weird, I feel, is I don't have anything. Doesn't seem like anyway on this side. So I don't know if that was just butting up right up to the inside edge of this beam. This upright beam here. So I didn't have any reason, I guess, to put one there. So there's that trim. I'm just calling it trim, and that's basically the thickness of the polys I already took out on the back and the inside and the outside, I should say, panels. Alright, so let's attach that. And we'll do this as trim 3. Okay, and we want to hide that, so go on our list. It's probably the best way to do that, and then hide it. Cool. Alright, let's see what we got here now. Yeah, so we got nailers up here. I call them nailers. That's basically what's you're able to nail the paneling as far as the sheet metal or whatever that's in those spots. The beams are obviously just, you know, the framework. The nailers are actually what fasten, I guess, the panels, I guess, to the sides. So that's why we got all these on these horizontal pieces there to include on the roof. Okay, so let's see if we can grab all these polys as well as these Y members. I want to isolate those. Do I have enough out of the way to do that? Is the question. I want to make sure I'm not selecting anything else. Okay, I'm going to take these, let's do this. Let's do this. I'm going to do the uprights first, and then the Y members, I'm going to go that way. So let's do this. Should we get all those selected? Okay, that's part of a nailer going up right there. How's that going? Nope, that's part of the beam. Okay, so that's a separate beam. How the hell did I do that? Huh, I got that cut right into... Oh, okay, I see what I did that. I got two separate pieces here. Wow. Okay, here's some more trim. What I'm considering to be trim anyway, as far as these pieces here. Yeah, okay. That's the ones I was looking for. Check it down here. Oh, this goes the whole length of the back of the barn. Interesting, okay. Yep. Alright, so let's attach that. Do that trim 4. Go to our list, trim 4, and we'll hide that. I'm guessing that was the bottom edge thickness for... Huh. Let me look at the model in here. Let's see what's going on with that. So let's do... Focus on that. I want to see what's going on here. Whoa. What are you doing? Stupid. Hate when it does that. Goofy thing anyway. Okay. So I just want to see how I've got this going here. Huh. Okay, so I got... Yeah, I know I remember I did this. Stop short, so it's kind of like... Okay. Well, why is it up here on the top? I don't know what I did there. I don't know if I really need that poly. That's pretty straight. Let's select that again. Just looking to see how I've got the Now I understand the thickness that I had on like these here. So that one just kind of butts up and flushes with this corner on the top here. So that's why there's no polys there. But the thickness that I had in these sheets here, obviously I can combine those back into the panels. So there's some thickness right here. That's what I took out there. I'm just trying to figure out why did I have so I ended up having to take some polys up at the top here, similar to what I had on the sides here, and I shouldn't have those. Okay. Probably won't need those. I'll have to see how that's going to work later on. Okay, let's see if we can get... Man, I really would have done this a lot different than what I know now. If I knew then what I know now, I would have done this much differently constructing. I see what I did though, as far as to just, I didn't even Boolean cut any of this stuff, as far as stuff that's not going to be seen, as far as all these pieces here. I just ran the beams straight through and just left the excess that isn't necessarily going to be seen, especially with the polys covering them. And you're not really gonna see that at all from the underside at all. So if I go here, let's go back into the one we got here. It might be a little bit tough to see, but let's turn this off. Yeah, shoot. But anyway, you can kind of see the green lines there, all those that are protruding up past these I-beams going up on an angle. You're not even going to see any of that that's going into this beam. So whether or not I'll Boolean cut all those polys out that we don't need. I mean, it's relatively low poly anyway, because even with this framework that I've got so far, I've got this in an edible poly. It has, gosh darn it, anyway, stop it. Why do you do that? Zoom. Oh, you dirty son of a gun, anyway. Are you kidding me? I hate when it does this with the zooms. Zoom extents. There we go. Don't know why you do that, but okay. So anyway, as far as the polys are, I just did a zoom extent, so I'll just kind of get it back focused in there. Don't know why the heck it did that, but whatever. The number of polys I got just in this framework, really isn't all that terrible. Right now that's 1,646 polys, which really isn't that terrible. Considering what I've got hidden there, that's probably only going to add, you know, it's only going to bring it to like 1,700 polys at the most. So it's still relatively low poly, even considering what the excess that I have on these I-beams, but I could definitely probably do some cleanup if I wanted to. Alright, I'm just trying to consider, I think I'll probably take the nailers out first, then try to get the verticals, and then I'll deal with the smaller pieces like the Y members. Okay, this is really making me wish I would have saved my scene, I guess, for this model. I probably got it somewhere, it's just probably hidden. Right through it somewhere, just don't remember where. I usually put it in all of my Farm Sim 19 stuff, or just my Farm Sim stuff in general, but okay. Let's try to get these nailers, these horizontal beams first. So I'll do this. I'll put it on my paint. Selection tool. See, and these run the entire length there. So these are all back faces here, so those only show on the one side, which is on the inside here. You see how that one's brighter and this is darker? So there's no polys on this side that are faced into the wall, just on that side. Okay, so we'll do this as attach and call this nailer 1. Okay. And then we'll select all these. Attach that, call that nailer 2. Wonderful. We'll do that. Attach nailer 3. Now I could probably go ahead, in all actuality, if I want to select all those, I'm just making sure I'm going to do one of them at a time, and if anything I can excuse me, I can collapse those. My goodness. Pardon me. Got a little bit of the burps there, but I can always collapse them back into, you know, just one group or one collapsed piece, I guess, as far as nailers. I'm just making sure. You see, like, I don't do that, for example. So I want to do this. So this will be nailer 4 when I detach. I always like to try and get it broke down to the smallest piece first, and then, because sometimes it comes to be, I might need some of it for another part of, you know, the whole thing. So I just like to be able to bring them in one at a time and see what I can, like if I need a ruler, say for example, as far as to realign something, it's part of my method to my madness, I guess. All right, so I'll do this as nailer 5. Detach and do nailer 5. Okay, so we got all those. Now what I can do is hide these. Hide that. Hide that. Hide that. Hide that. And hide that. Alright, so now let's get these up here. Nailers up there. So if this goes as good as I constructed, I guess, on the back side there, these are the, so this is the one gable end. Should, in theory, be able to select those the same way. So if I go poly, now, again, that's just on the back. So this is the back side. There's no polys there facing into the wall. It's only on the inside. So it's kind of like an angle iron type of thing right there, as opposed to whole I-beam. Alright, so we'll do this one as nailer 6. Attach. Nailer 6. Okay, and this one up here we'll do as nailer 7. I think that's one piece, or is that 2 separate pieces? That might be 2 separate pieces. Let's check that. Nope, one full piece. Now this one looks like that does have polys on the back side due to the brightness of the highlight. Now, I can already tell I must have some ends that I missed on those pieces there going into the beam. Let's check that out. Okay, just attach that. And we'll call this nailer 7. Alright, let's hide those two. Not deleting them, just hiding them so that they're out of the way. Okay. Now, it doesn't look like I've got any floating polys, I guess. Or do I? No. I must have removed the polys going into these upright I-beams. So now we can have better access, I guess, to these Y members so far. Let's get this cable in. How are we doing there, Racer James? Coming in with that modified emote there. Funny I should mention, I guess, as far as emotes go. as some of you might know, I've gotten another emote slot for tier 1 subscribers unlocked. So it's been an effort, I guess, to get a new emote created, I guess, to fill that that unlocked emote slot, I guess, for tier 1 subscribers. So I've got a couple ideas for what I want to put in there. One of the types of emotes that I'm considering is a hype emote. So it would be in the Rock Nation style, I guess, as far as so I got a couple of different designs there. A little bit too premature, I guess, to actually show it as of yet, but just to kind of let everybody know that there will be at least one new emote to fill that unlocked tier 1 subscriber slot. Due to all the support that I've gotten from the viewers, I guess, on the channel. Probably another fair mention, I guess, as I say that too, that kind of relates to that. The number of subs that are showing as far as the 19 there, that's incorrect. As far as what I have in actuality are 17. For whatever reason, it's showing the wrong number. I don't know why that is. I guess it's something that's Streamlabs issue, but so as far as being at 19, it's not correct. But every time I go to try to manually adjust it, it always puts it back. So Streamlabs needs to get their crap together. So yeah, something like that. Yep, would be like a rockin' hype. It'll be a J rockin' hype of some sort. Yeah. So if you look at the similar style, I've been playing around with a couple of different hype emotes that I've made for other streamers' channels. It'll be something similar to that one there, but like I said, it'll be more in the Rock Nation style. So as far as the colors will be different, obviously, but I want it to be able to pop on both the light version, I guess, of Twitch or the dark. Realizing majority of people do use the dark theme, I guess, for the Twitch, but I want to be able to have it work in both styles. So yeah. Ouch! What's ouch? I was in the attic all afternoon, freaking 200. Oh, I bet. Yeah, I got up a little bit more than 80 degrees here, but we're dealing with a lot of moisture here. We've got some ridiculous flooding going on here because of our two of our main dams, I guess, that are the better part of a good 10 miles away from here. It's kind of flooding our rivers, so yeah, I'm dealing with a little bit extra moisture here. So I'm in the process, I guess, of trying to dry out. So the studio is a little moist at the moment. So but kind of doing, taking a break, I guess, from dealing with that for a while, and just doing a little streaming, I guess, for Spline Design Studios Saturday. It just kind of keeps my mind off that a little bit. So let's see, who needs a diet? Work in the attic one Sunday afternoon. Yeah, that's a good way. Managed to clean the gutters too. Yeah, figure might as well while you're up there, right? Rain there too. Yeah, see, we didn't really get, in my area, we didn't get a whole lot of rain, but the other areas around me did. Which, like I said, the two of the dams that are like a good 10 miles in either direction, I guess, away from where I am at, had breached, and all that water is just kind of gone into the rivers. Yeah, it's a freaking mess. There's a lot of people had to get displaced into higher ground and such, and yeah, I haven't had to do that. I've only got like the outside edge, I guess, of the outreach of that water. That's kind of flooded the area, but still not fun though. Alright, so I'm going to get this gable in. Alright, so I think I stopped. What did I stop with? Here, look at my on high here. Lost my count, so nailer 7. So the next one would be nailer 8. Alright. As far as, what do you mean by clerk? you mean by Clark torch? Let's see here. So I need to get this top one here. Should be able to get that's all one beam. Oh, Clark. Yeah, I got you. You put the Superman? Yeah. Never. Yeah, I was referring to that, I guess, as a Gable and yeah. It's supposed to be Clark Gable. Okay, so we got that. Looks good. So we'll detach that as nailer 8. Alright, and this will be nailer 9. Yeah, so we're just in the process of reverse engineering a previous model that I put together and didn't save. Obviously, a scene, I guess, with it broke down and textured and so on. This is all texture maps, so I shouldn't have to worry about that. So as I break this down, I shouldn't have to UV reapply the UV unwrap to it. So that'll be a positive side there. Alright, so these. This will be nailer 9. So I guess I figured it's probably a good way. It's like no matter if you made it yourself or you know it didn't save the scene, you have to reverse engineer. It really gives you an idea of how you may have done the construction, I guess, of a model the wrong way, and how better to maybe do it by reverse engineering what you did in the first place. So that's kind of one way, I guess, to kind of show how well you might have did it. You know, put it together in the first place. So that's kind of what I'm finding out. I didn't do too bad, but there's some areas I could have done a little bit better. Knowing what I know now, as far as what I knew then, it's really showing, I guess, is how much I've been able to understand what better ways to do things. So do this as nailer 9. Okay, now I want to. Yeah, that's right. 8 and 9. Cool. So I want to select these two. Hide those. Okay. So we're just getting the excuse me, getting this broken down into all the individual pieces, as small pieces that we can. Just to kind of regain the idea here. So getting it to the uprights, that I have the upright beams. Being able to get these Y members. I might do these roof pieces all as one piece. We'll have to see how that works. Whether it's to do them the purlings as well as the trusses, I guess, separately. I'll have to see how that works. So, oh, you had hail, no. Heading towards Ohio, I think. You can keep it down there, okay? We don't need that up here. Rachel, always on mobile. Lightning bad. Oh crap. Yikes. I appreciate you at least stopping in, I guess, for on mobile there. So yeah, with the lightning going on there, it's probably a good idea to keep the PC off. We were expecting, I guess, some thunderstorms, I guess, today, but I guess they kind of missed us, so we've only had cloudy. I guess if anything, it's supposed to rain, if not tomorrow, by Memorial Day, which is Monday. So it's amazing how fast this month has gone by, that's for sure. We're almost done with May. Kind of crazy. Alright, let's see if I can get at these uprights now. 'Cause that's really what I want to get at here. So you can kind of see with these Y members on this side, I know this is basically the front. So I got the Y members here. This is all open here. And we got the paneling that's on the back side here. I took those nailers off. So you can kind of get a sense of how I put this together in the first place. So the way I did this in the first place, going 100% from memory, I did all the uprights, got those into position. They're based on 8-foot centers, you know, as far as from the center of one post to the next. So they're 8 foot apart. And in this case here, I've had to rescale the height of it. So I think at this point here, considering at the lowest point of the Y member, it's at about 10 feet. So from the bottom of the post to the bottom of the Y member is about 10 feet. So just to kind of give you some sense of scale of what we got here. So from, you can kind of get a sense here. So it's 8 foot, 8 foot. So it's roughly 16 feet deep. And it's 8 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 40 foot wide. Again, just to kind of give you some sense of scale of how big, and then just to kind of give you an even further visual as far as it being in its element. In the map here for Farm Sim, you can see it here. So this is a 16 deep by 40 wide open barn. This is for storing bales, you know, like your grass bales, straw, and all that stuff for like your cows and such. But partially what I'm doing for those that are coming in here fresh and new, I guess, to the stream, what I'm wanting to do is break this down. I want to be able to remove any collisions that are in these posts here on the outside, still leave the visual, you know, the structural visual integrity, I guess, of being able to support this, you know, this length of roof, but I want to remove the collisions from this so that the problem that has presented itself by having the collisions that are on the posts here is if you're backing up particular types of trailers and or tractors, I guess, in and out of that, they tend to clip that and it gets caught and creates a little bit of a problem. So be it the physics, I guess, with the Giant's engine, as far as the collisions on tractors and such, creates a necessity, I guess, to kind of remove at least the collision, I guess, from these posts, so that way you can still clip into it and not get stuck. So that's what I'm in the process of doing anyway. My garden is enjoying all the rain, I bet. Probably the grass too. Absolutely. I think everybody's grass is kind of enjoying the rain. I don't know about the flooding though. I'm kind of out of drink here, so I'm gonna take just a short little break. Don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. It'll only take me a minute. It'll give me some something to drink because my throat's trying to get a little bit of dry. So I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Alright there. We are back. Just had to get myself a little bit of refreshment there. I'm trying out these new what did I miss here? I I haven't run the weed eater all year. Let's see my grass. Every time I walk down the driveway right here, things hiss at me. Why is it? What are you talking? Like cats? Like what? Snakes? What are you talking about there, James? Holy crap! I missed some things here. What's hissing at you? Yeah, trying out these new flavored waters. This one's a I don't know what this is called. It's a vitamin berry pomegranate. It's actually pretty good. Good stuff. Oh, things that live in tall grass. Oh, okay, so it hasn't been by choice, I suppose. I guess as far as running the weed eater, I thought maybe you meant. I was trying to put that together as far as you meant it's getting a lot of rain, but you haven't had the time, I guess, to be able to tame the grass. Yeah, it makes you tend to wonder as far as like what's living in the grass or if it's hissing at you. The only thing I think of, I guess, as far as hissing in the grass would be snakes. Pomegranate juice, yeah. This is a vitamin berry pomegranate thing. It's actually pretty good. It's not like too pungent, but it's just enough flavor there to just not be plain water, I suppose. Okay, so anyway, I was showing that. As far as that structure there, is to kind of give you a sense of scale what I'm working with here. So, yep, it's really easy to tell, I guess, as far as there's the sides. This is the back over here, and this is the front. It's got all the wire members in there. So I need to break down each of these vertical beams here. These are the ones I really need to get at, honestly, but I want to break enough of this down because I want to be able to resave a new scene on this. So if I ever want to go back to it again, I'll have that available to me in that fashion. That's the whole point, I suppose. One thing I guess I did not do, and I probably should, is apply a texture to this. It's already got the texture mapping to it, but just so I have the material, I'll put the original material on it, so when I export it, I won't have a problem, I guess, trying to get it back into where I need it, as far as the Giants editor. So, wife has you on an IV of water. I mean, literally, or is that just the fact you're just drinking a lot of water? You definitely want to drink a lot of water as far as being in the attic all that time, that's for sure. Okay. So let's do all these polys. Select all these. Yeah, this should be pretty easy to select this way. Yeah, so there's one vertical beam. I think what I'm going to try and do is get these all in one group here. Oh, reminded me. Give yourself a shot. There you go. Ooh, got close on the slots. Holy mackerel. Missed it by one. Yep, so you're good on the shot, not on the slots, and a little bit on the risk. Oh, nope, you failed. I'm sorry. Okay. So only got 1 of 2. 1 of 3. My bad. Don't forget to scold, yep. And he said nope. Freaking bot. Daggone bot anyway. Oh, Torch got lucky on the bot. He's like, okay. Says no fluids for you. Poor James. Dirty rotten thing anyway, right? So that bot showed James. Whoops. Wrong button. So I gotta go with this. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get all these here in the front, because that's really what I want to have to deal with anyway. So, yep, should be able to select all that. And we'll attach those as, I'll call these front uprights. That's good. It's kind of tell the difference between those, and we'll get those hidden. Cool. And then I'm going to get these Y members separate. Because whether or not I want to take the collision out of these, I don't know yet. So I might just do on the uprights and not the Y members. I might do both. I'm not sure yet. Because you have the option, depending on how you construct the model, and piece it together, I guess, in the transform groups that are in Giant's Editor, you have the ability to be able to apply collision, be it rigid body, to it or not. So that's how you can control that. So it's kind of nice in that regard, I guess, as far as being able to remove the collisions, I guess, from these uprights and leave the collision to the rest of the structure. I gotta run, guys. I'm sorry I don't catch you all later. Okay, no problem there, James. Appreciate you stopping down in for a little bit. Keep yourself safe, I guess, out of the storms. I'm just glad I guess we didn't get any more storms here. I'm done with the rain here for a while. Okay. Yeah, so whoops, gotta select the. See, so we can get these. I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and select all these Y members and keep those in a group of its own as well, as opposed to trying to isolate them all independently. I should be able to do that. Probably another thing I could do. Let's get these uprights here. So I'll get these middle uprights. Yeah. Let's do that. So I'm gonna do this. Do that. Yeah, that'll work. So detach those. So this will be middle upright. Okay, I'm going to hide those. Cool. And let's get the back uprights then. And just leave just the roof and the Y members. So go to polygon. Get all these. We'll keep them all in a group. This should be easy enough to select those like that. What did I miss here? Uh oh. What's going on there? Yeah, so I got two different beams going, I guess, in between that. So I'll just see if I can select all of that. Okay. There we go. So this will be the back uprights. So attach all that. Call this as back uprights. Alright, and then we'll hide those. Cool. Now all we got is just the roof, the trusses, the purlings, and the Y members. Oh, we got a little sliver. What the hell is this right here? What is that? Okay, hold on. Got a little polygon or something right there. Let's zoom in on that. A couple of polygons here. What's up with these? What are those two? What in the world is that for? Oh, I might have left some polys, I guess, on one of the bottom of the edge of these, okay. Interesting, okay. I'm wondering if I probably don't need those because they're going to be facing the ground. But, what I'll do, yeah, it's the bottom edges of one of the I-beams, the uprights. So, yeah, so the fact that it's facing downward, so that's the back side. So the polys are actually facing into the ground. So it's probably just something I missed to remove in the original construction. Alright, so let's attach that, and we'll put that as those are the back uprights, correct? Let me see. Hold on. Yep, those are the back uprights. That's a piece of the back upright. So we'll do detach. So we'll do back upright. Two. Right. Yep. That way I know it goes to those. So we'll go here and we'll hide that. Just for now. Deal with that. So as far as what I got hidden, it's all this so far. So probably what I'll be able to do, like I said, I'll be able to group all this into one piece, all these nailers. I won't need to keep those all separate, more than likely. Alright, now we're at the Y members. So I'll probably do these front ones separate to the rear ones. And like I said, what I want to be able to do is get this into small enough pieces to the original model that I had in the first place, and just kind of reacquire, I guess, a scene for it, so I can refer to that later on if I ever need to. Since I can't seem to find my original scene file, I guess, for this riddle, the original model construct. Okay, so let's go back here, go to polygons. Now what I'll try to do is just select all this, all these Y members, and just keep them all in one piece here. And again, it really gives me a sense of, how well I did the construction on this. So I didn't try to create some really abstract polygons, I guess, like these being extension up with these beams here. It's like it was all separate. So I did these separate, all these beams are separate, this beam was separate, and so on. So being able to reverse engineer it much the same way as I constructed it in the first place really gives you an idea of either how well you did or didn't construct it in the first place. The only thing that I'm somewhat regretting as far as how I did it is I didn't do any Boolean cut on, say, like these pieces here that are not visible. Whether or not I'll actually apply it that way, I'm not sure. I don't think it's really that big of a deal. It's not adding that many more polys to it. So I may just keep it that way. But if I wanted to, I could create a piece, break this down as far as the center section for the roof, create a cutter, like a Boolean cutter. I would have to separate that out so I can make a clone of that piece and create a cutter, and just be able to cut in between all these beams that are coming through here, so that this will be all hollow then. Just cut all these polys out here. These might even be separate as we speak, but I don't think they are. I guess maybe they are. Okay. So maybe I did cut them already. But I don't know why I kept them in there, to be honest. Because the polys on the gables and all that's going to cover that. Not even going to see that. Not going to see any of this. So we can probably remove all that. So we might do that. So I must have cut it and just never took them out. Could be. I don't really recall, I guess, at this point. Alright, so, whoops. So I just deselected all those Y members. We'll have to reselect those again. Which is, as I already shown, it's not too hard. I'll select them all like so. Okay. Make sure you got all the polys. And we want to detach that. And we'll just call these Y. We'll call them front Y members. Front Y members. Cool. There we go. Going to be 87 here tomorrow, and the 88 Monday with rain. Yep, we're supposed to get potential thunderstorms either by tomorrow, late afternoon, evening, or going into Monday, which is, I think we're supposed to get about that warm as well, too. Split, loading the truck up now. Oh, cool. So you did get it then. Yeah, I was coming to find didn't seem like anybody was really all that excited, I guess, to get the truck, I guess, with a logo on the door. So it's like, whatever. I guess they're happy with the way it is. To each their own. It's like, I'm not going to try and twist their arm, I guess, to try to use what I've done, but that's like I said, to each their own. They either want or they don't. I think I was only one, but I love my logo. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice logo, that's for sure. I thought maybe by showcasing it off the way I did with your logo, it would kind of give, you know, some ideas, I guess, for people that might be interested in wanting it that way. But so far, there really hasn't been that many takers. So, heck with them. You and I would be about the only ones, I guess, I'll have that truck that's kind of cleaned out, kind of trim some of the fat off it, and have not only that, but to have the option for a door logo. I made one for myself with my channel avatar on it, so send a PM to Deuce. I'm sure he'd love that. He might. I know he gets overwhelmed, I guess, with the number of mods. He's getting to the point where he's trying to reduce the number of mods that he has on his, you know, even with the reduction that I've done in that truck, it's still pretty thick. So I think he's trying to keep you know, the amount, you know, the number of mods and the chunkiness of the mods, I guess, down, because he's trying to establish, I guess, more people go on the his public server there. He's got that the guys and gals farm, I guess, on his server. That's the sense that I've got there, so that's why I haven't really necessarily considered to bother asking him, which is fine. It's totally understandable. I know the truck is still a pretty beefy truck, even with me trimming it out, but I mean, for himself, it probably wouldn't be so bad. I mean, when he does single player, yeah. So yeah, I might take it into consideration as far as I'll post it up in his media share, or you can go ahead and do that yourself. You should have the picture. You've got the picture that I sent you, I guess, of your truck, you know, with your logo on it. So feel free to put that up in Deuce's media sharing. Kind of show off your truck. You might get interested. You might say, "Oh, damn!" You never know. All right, so I got those separated. I want to get these Y members now in the back. I'm gonna go ahead and hide these. Okay. Whoa! Hate when I do that. All right. Go back here. Go to zoom. Okay. Always gotta make sure you got it selected, otherwise it's not going to. I mean, I can do a local, and I always fail to mention that I can do a local. If I put this to local, then I won't have to worry about that happening. Regardless if I've got it unselected or not, it should keep it local. See, now it's going to be more local. So without even having it selected, it'll be local. It's just that if you select the model itself, it tends to focus it more. It's kind of almost like Farm Sim, or I should say GE. When you do a zoom on this and do an F to focus, what happens is it'll focus on whatever it is you have highlighted. It's kind of the same concept there when you have it selected, at least anyway. Let's see, with Giants Editor, even if I don't have it selected, so I can deselect it, it's still focused on it, so it'll still focus even though it's not highlighted. That's the one advantage, and I always find myself doing the same thing in 3ds Max. As far as when I deselect it, I try to do the same thing here, and a lot of times what will happen is it goes on a walk here, so it's not the same focus as I do in Giants Editor anyway. So I catch myself all the time with that. It doesn't do it much the same way, I guess, in Giants Editor as it does in 3ds Max. Gosh darn it, see? I didn't have anything selected, but there we go. Get her selected. Alright, now we want to get all these Y members in the back. So let's go to polygons. Get all those selected. Whoops, I missed some there. Like that. There we go. Yep, so again, it really goes to show how well I put this together in the first place. It gives me the ability, I guess, to be able to reverse engineer it like I've done. I've been able to break all this down. Oops. If I go into the unhide here, all this down to get it down. Whoops, I just unhid anything. Dang it. I didn't mean to do that. That was the outside panels. Okay, so let's rehide that. There we go. So I'll have to reselect all that again. Oh, no, still selected. Cool. Still all selected. Alright, so now I'll go to detach and do these as back Y members. There we go. So now with that done, we'll hide those. Alrighty then. Now we're just down. Oh man, did I miss a whole bunch here? Okay, no worries. So I can reselect that and keep that as with the Y members. So I got some little slivers of pieces here. Let's get all that. And I'll just put that with the Y members, the back of Y members. I must miss some of it anyway. Attach this. We'll do back Y members 2. Alright, and because that one's so much smaller, go to my items list, go here, and hide selection. Now we just got the roof itself here, which I'll probably just go ahead and keep that just in one piece like this. Probably the only thing I would consider is to take out all this noise in the center beam. I don't think we need that, because even if once we take, let's bring back out the inside panels, or the outside panels, I'm sorry. That's going to be covered on this part there anyway, so if I unhide, what did I name that? Outside panels, that's going to be covered. Yeah, there's another trim that goes in here that fills that gap, but see, that's all going to be covered. You're not going to see any of those polys that are in that center beam on the roof. So, yeah, probably just trim all that out. Hide. Gosh darn it. Oh my goodness. Alright, so what I should have left is the open barn. Yep. So this here, what I got left here, I'll just name this roof. I'll just name this roof. In totality, so just call it roof. There we go. So, what? Hold on. What happened to my, oh, for crying out loud, why did it do that? Whoops. Gotta bring back my dashboard here a second. Stream dashboard kind of crashed a little bit. It's gonna let that load here for a second. There we go. Looks like we're good. Okay, so the dashboard's still up here. Okay. So yeah, just making sure my dashboard's going. So we're a little bit more than an hour and a half, I guess, into the stream. Cool. And we've got it broken down, I guess, this much. So that's cool. Awesome. So now we got the roof here, and all these other pieces here. So we got our uprights. What I'm going to do at this point is just kind of combine some of these together now. So let me go ahead and hide this roof. for now. And then we're going to bring back these nailers. I'm going to put all these nailers into one object. So these are all our horizontal pieces, I guess, for what we consider to be our nailers. Okay. So we're going to take all these and combine it into one. So we'll do collapse. Collapse selected and put that into one piece. We'll just call this nailers. There. So now we'll hide that. Just to kind of. And then we'll bring. I want to do the back Y members. We got two pieces for that. I want to collapse those two together. We had those little slivers of polys that we had there, so that's all of our back Y members. I'm gonna take these two, whoops, and collapse those two together. Cool. And while we're at it, we'll go ahead, once we collapse it, always puts us back to an editable mesh. So we'll do editable poly. I shouldn't need to do anything with that, but just in case, I want to put it in editable poly. So we'll hide that back. So as I said that, let me unhide the nailers and collapse that down. I'm gonna, whoops, wrong piece. The nailers, I want the nailers. Okay, and then that's the editable mesh because I collapsed that down. That's pretty much automatic. And back to editable poly and then hide those back. Okay, that should be all I need to. So now I got this. I got my back uprights. What was the back uprights to? Oh, that was that little. I probably won't need that, but probably what I'll do is just for the giggles of it, I'll just go ahead and combine those two. Because that was one of these had some polys on the bottom of it. So that's going to be, I think it was right under this one here. Let's see, backer upwards 2. Yeah, so right there. So I probably don't need those. It's probably just some polys that I missed there. I can probably leave that out there and still be perfectly fine. So in all actuality, I can probably remove. Oh, wait a minute. That's on this upper part here, so I must not have any on this one. Let me see, check it here. I thought that was on the bottom of this one that's on the ground. So this is actually the secondary piece of the beam. So yeah, I do need that. Okay. So basically what that is there, we go back to our original model here. That is going to be, that must be on the inside here. Okay, so that must be this down over here then. Okay. Why is that so much? Oh, okay. Look at how far I got this in the ground. Holy crap. I realized I had that much in the ground. Okay. That makes more sense then. So I got a lot more of this in the ground than I thought. Holy cow, man. Yowza. I didn't realize I put so much in the... Let me go check... I got another one of these on this map. I'm going to check that out. I didn't realize I had that so much in the ground. This can actually go up higher if we wanted it to. Okay. I didn't realize I did that. Okay. There's another one that I have on this map. I'm going to check that out. That's on... I got these all labeled out. I believe that's going to be on... I think it's Area 3. Nope. That's the one we're on right now. So 2... Yep, it's on this one here. So if I go focus over to this one, there's another one of these open barns or open sheds over here. So I want to see how I got this one laid out. This is the same exact one that I have over at the little location, just in a different location. So I just want to see how much I got in the ground on this one. Let's do a focus. This one I don't have as much in the ground. Interesting. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. You can see I got quite a bit of it in the ground. It's a little bit more on the front side than I do the back side. I must have a little bit of a slope here. Yep, as far as the terrain. Kind of see the slope of the terrain there. So it's kind of in the ground. It's narrower down here than it is on the front side. Okay. That's probably part of the reason why I made that longer. Because when I put it in this spot, it obviously needed that length on that. But as far as to get the from the ground level, as far as the bottom of the post here upwards to the low part of this Y member, that's 10 foot. So at this level, so it's 10 foot here, so it's probably about 8 foot right here. And then we're 8 foot on center from post to post. So again, doing that measurement as far as it's 40 foot wide by 16 deep, roughly there. So it's like basically a 16 by 40 open barn. That's basically the same type of barn, like I said there. So that's okay. So I need that piece anyway. That's the bottom line of it, is I need that those polys there, for that little sliver of beam there for the back wall. So let's piece these together. So take these two and collapse them together. So collapse selected. Good. Collapse them? Yeah. Cool. And I just want to reconvert this back to enable power. Cool. Alright, so now we can hide that. So just doing a little cleanup, I guess, of all of our breakdown. So now we have, whoops, gotta go to my unhide. So now we have our back uprights, back Y members, front uprights, front Y members, inside panels, inside upper, middle upright. So we got the ones in the middle as far as the peak on the gable ends. We got our nailers, which I kind of spelt that wrong. Hold on a minute. I spelt that wrong. Let's do this. We're gonna do a little bit of a typo. Yeah, let's fix our typo. So our nailers. Okay. Go back to our unhide. So now we got our nailers, and then we got our. Good grief, I got a typo on that one too. Let's fix our typos. My goodness, I can't spell today. Sometimes I find myself, I like to abbreviate. So I think I start typing and then I want to be able to abbreviate, so that's how I miss letters. Sometimes that happens. But in this case here, I'll just leave it this way. So outside panels. Hide that. Alright, so nailers, outside panels, our roof. And we got all these different trims. So what I want to do is kind of combine all this trim. And by, it's not really trim, I guess it's just the thickness of the outside panel. So I might even just put it with the outside panels. I think those go to. So it's bringing the outside panels back in here. So what that does is it fills in all these gaps. Between here, you can see that gap that's running around here. That's what all that is. It's not really trim. It's basically the thickness of these end panels. So let's unhide all the trim. So we'll go this trim. That's that there. So you can see it filled that gap in. So there's probably another set of trim for this side. Nope, I must have got those at the same time. Alright. And ready? So let's do an unhide. Trim 2. Okay, what was trim 2? Let's highlight that. Trim 2. Okay, it's that bottom edge of that. So again, it's just that thickness of that panel on the gable. See where that goes. Okay. And then let's bring out trim 3. Let's highlight trim 3. Trim 3 is this side. All that thickness for the trim, not trim, it's just the thickness of that panel on that gable end. Okay, and then we'll unhide trim 4 and highlight that. Okay, that's thickness of that one. Okay, so what I want to do, trim 4 is going to go on this. No, actually, I think on the outside panels, I'll do it this way. All of this here, I can just combine it. That way, it's all just one piece on the outside panels. So I'm going to select this in order. So I want my collapse piece to be named this to maintain that name. So I'm going to select that first, and then all the preceding. So there is a hierarchy, I guess, as far as what your collapse piece is going to be called. Whatever you select first is what it's going to be called when you collapse it. I've mentioned that before. That's kind of a little bit of a summary for most. So collapse selected. So as you can see, though, this is all collapsed, and it's that first piece that I selected is what the whole collapse piece is called now, and that's by design. All right, so now all that trim, like I said, I had there, that's all one piece now. It's just all the outer panels. Alright, so let's rehide that. If I go back to my unhide, you can see now we got it even more broke down. So we got back uprights, back Y members, front uprights, front Y members, our inside panels, middle uprights, as far as for the support the peak of the roof, our nailers, our outside panels, and of course the roof. Pretty cool. So now I'm going to bring this all back out on hide, and then I'm going to save this as a scene. This is my starting point so far. Now I'm going to get the material in here and apply the material, I guess, to each of those individual pieces and ensure, I guess, all the UV mapping, which it should be still intact. We'll ensure, I guess, that's the case. So let's save this as a scene, reestablish this as a scene. So let's do a save. I'm going to put this right to the desktop for now. I can move it later. So let's call this open barn. And save that as... Oops. Bring that over here. Just to kind of show you what I'm doing here. So I'm calling this open barn, just saving it to my desktop as open barn. That's what the object is being called within the map. So keeping that naming conventions, I guess, the same, just so as not to confuse as far as what it is. And I want to save it. That should put that on my desktop right here. So this is the OBJ that I did to start off with to get it out of the map, get it imported into Max. We did the scaling, getting all that into place, and then right from there we're now to our scene. So now what I want to do is add to this scene by bringing the material in. So I'll do a material editor by pressing the M. We'll go into a sphere. I want to set this up to standard because it's just one texture, no specular or anything like that on it. Okay, so we're doing bitmap, and we'll navigate to our texture. Now, I didn't bring. Now that I think of it, before I do this step, I'm going to bring the mountain to Mahogany, as I call it, as far as to bring the texture for that piece onto the desktop where I have the scene. So that way I don't have to have it where it resides, as far as the map directory. So let's go into imports. That's where it is. So it's right here, open barn here. And this is the texture we need. So we do a copy. And like I said, just bringing the mountain to Mojave as far as to put the texture on the desktop where the scene resides that I saved here. So we'll just do a paste. And again, I can move these later. Okay, so now with our material editor open here, I'm going to load up the texture right from the desktop, just to make it a little bit simpler. And I want to choose each of these individual pieces. So I've got my outside pieces here, outside panels. and I want to apply that texture to it. So that, and apply it to it. So that should be applying it to it with maintaining the mapping, hopefully. So let's do render. Shoot, and it doesn't look like it's going to. So this is telling me that it has no mapping to it. That's basically what that's telling me. So I'm probably gonna have to remap this, which is not entirely terrible. It just kind of sucks. I'll continue. So it's not UV mapped any longer. Whoa, stream burped there a little bit. Kind of letting everybody know there. Seems to be back now, but I saw it turn red there on my end there for a little bit, so just letting everybody know. Okay, seems to be okay. But anyway, we're going to have to retexture this. So I'll go ahead and apply the material to all the different pieces, and then we'll have to UV unwrap it, I guess, again. Right now it's just kind of showing it as, you know, it's on the model, but it's not mapped. It's not UV unwrapped anyway. So that's unfortunate, but that's okay. We can deal with that. So we can kind of use our model that we have in the map here, for example, I guess, to get it set properly. So if we open up our texture, for example.
It's YouTube Music. Download the app today and get a trial of
Oh, thank you,
Music
ads.
on us.
All right, so
Restrictions apply.
we've got this selected here. Let's do. Go here. I'm gonna apply an UV unwrap. Unwrap UVW, so you can see how that's not correct, obviously. So we'll go like this. That's the orientation there. That's the texture. Cool. So that's how we'll be able to apply our polys to the appropriate area on it. So it's just a very simple texture. It's got the green for the roof, the tan for the sides, and then all this here for the poles. So we'll just have to redo that. Is all. Not the big deal. It's just a little bit more work. Is all. All right. So let's. I'm gonna hide the rest of this here. I'm gonna maintain the outside panels at this point. Let's select all, and just maintain this with the. That's what has our unwrap UVW. So I'm gonna hide everything else and just work with this for now. So again, we can use as a guide. In most cases, you wouldn't have this, I guess, as far as when it comes to, you know, new construction, as far as creating this from scratch. But we have this to go by as far as how we've got everything mapped. And like I said, it's a very simple texture. It's got the green on the roof, so we want to get the orientation of the ribs. You can't really see them that well, but there's like some ribs going in this direction. So we'll get that oriented on the roof surface there properly on both the top. Looks like on the bottom side, I might have just put that in the black. Not sure how I did that one. I don't think I got the green in there. So yeah, we can probably change it even if we wanted to. We can put the green on the underside of those two. Anyway, that's what we use as a reference anyway. So let's select. Oops. I can't really do that. Alright, so let's get the polys that we want here. So we'll get these. We'll do our roof. Okay. Now we shouldn't have any thickness. Or do we? Just a second here. Yeah, so we do got some thickness here. And I may or may not do those separate. I could probably do these edges here of the roof separate. Those outside panels, I'll do those separate. That way, it's not putting it into. Yeah, because these are facing a different direction as far as the gable ends of the of the shed, so to include on the back side here. So I'll choose those separately. So you got the front edge here too. So we'll do this one first. So we'll be able to see what we have in our edit UV window here, like this. So I think what I'll do, let's do a planar map. So it'll put it this way. That looks good. Filter out the rest of it. So we only want to deal with what we got selected. Usually has a light color, like white or tan on the inside. Roof panels to reflect. Right. Yeah, so we can change it at this point. You know, so when I did this in the backside, I can't tell because it's kind of dark when I look at it in the map this way. I want to assume the way I did it originally was I put green on the both sides here. But yeah, if I want to put the tan on the backside here, I can do that. Yeah, so I can change it if I want to. So whether I want to keep it green or if I want to do it tan. Whoop, where'd my just gotta wake it up. Let it know I'm still here. Yes, we are still here. Cool. Anyway, that's what we'll be able to change at least anyway, if we want to at this point. So I got just the polys that I have selected, isolated. I got the rest of it filtered out. So what I'll do is I'll rotate this that way so I can get it in the green here. Let's position this right over here. And we might have to scale this in here just a little bit. Okay. Now what I'll do is select that. Let's take a look at how it is. That's pretty much what we want there. We want it going in this direction on both sides. That's exactly what we got. It's pretty good so far. Now let's select, I think what I'll do when I do the edges, I'll do them one gable at a time as far as the front, back, and then each gable. And then we'll piece that in there. Now I'm not applying animated occlusion or anything to this model, so it won't matter if we apply overlap on the polys, but I'm going to leave some room, some padding on the texturing of this just to make sure I can put one gable on this end, one gable here, and the front, and you know, the edge. Because really I don't have enough spacing in here to be able to, if I really wanted to, I could really play around with the texture, you know, kind of go in between these ribs so I don't have ribs on the edges. So it's more like a smooth texture as opposed to having ribs on it. You know, the ribbing, you know, as far as all the shadows, the shading for that. So the world is our oyster, I guess, at this point there, as far as how we want to actually fix any not so good texturing that we had in the first place anyway. Because the way I've got it on the original model, I don't know if I can tell on this. I want to say, might be hard to tell because it's dark. So we can zoom in on this, you can kind of get an idea of how we did that. Yeah, so you can see how it's more of a solid color on the edges as opposed to, let's slow this down a little bit. Slow this camera speed down just a little bit. So if we zoom in on this, you can see it's more of a solid color on the edges here, the very edges, as opposed to having the ribs showing up on those edges. So I may even go so far as just to, when I select those edges, I'll put it like on a rib going this direction on all of those edges. That look better. Major T. Magruder, how are you doing? We're doing excellent. We're just doing some texture mapping on our open shed, doing a little bit of 3D modeling here. How are we doing anyway on this fantastic Saturday for us here? Hope you're doing well. Welcome on into the stream. So yeah, I think that's the way I'll do the edges. That for farm sim, yeah. Typically, yes, that's what's this model's being designed for, as far as map and Farm Sim, yes. So you can kind of show it in its element right here. This is in its element right here. So what we're in the process of doing here, since I did not save the original model for this that I created, I've found it necessary to have to reverse engineer this so that I can break it down to what I need to edit. And what I really want to edit is to be able to take the collisions out of these posts here, so that it doesn't have a collidable property there in those vertical posts. I didn't want to remove the post completely and make it look kind of dorky, you know, not structurally sound, I guess, as far as to be able to support the bulk of this roof on this side. So I want to be able to maintain the visual, at least of the post being there, but remove any collidable property that's into it, to remove any troublesomeness, I guess, that is created, I guess, as far as trying to back equipment in and out of this barn, so you don't run into that and get caught up on it. So I'll maintain the rigidity, I guess, of the rest of the barn as far as the collision on the roof and the back side, but just not in these posts. These upright posts typically on the front side of it. So yeah, and my mistake, as far as like when I originally created the original model, I didn't save a scene in 3ds and 3ds Max, I guess, to be able to come back to it, to be able to do these types of things. So it took me a little bit of time, I guess, to get it broke down to do exactly what I'm in the process of doing now. So but yeah, hopefully that answers the question. It shows that barn in its element. So far, for the most part, this bale storage is what it's typically being used for in this case. It works pretty well, other than the fact that the collidable property, the collisions existing on these posts is all. You tend to get clipped on them when you're backing a trailer in and out of it. So that's what we're in the process of doing, just kind of setting up the model so that we can do that and remove those collisions on these vertical posts here in the front. Hopefully that answers the question, though. That might be a little bit more than you're probably looking for, but yeah, it is for primarily for Farm Sim 19 in particular. Just checking this out here. Let's bring this up again. All right, so we're just doing the texture mapping. We have to reapply the texture mapping to this because when we export it out as OBJ from Giants Editor, so we can reverse engineer this to where we have it now. It removed all the texture mapping, so we have to reapply that. So that's this is the next step. So what I want to do, I'm working on the roof part of it right now as far as retexture it, and kind of using our original model here, I guess, as a template, as a guide. So got that going there. So I'm going to get all the edges of this roof now, and I'm going to do these one by one. So I'll do this end on the gable, and let me see how this is working here. Yep, so it's going to be like this. I'll get all the gable. So right there, and then we should be able to look in our edit UVW and see where that's at. So what I'll do is I'll do a planar map. So it puts it in that orientation. And we'll kind of scale this up over on this green here. See, this is almost leads back to what I was originally wanting to do, is just put this one on one end of the texture, and then put the other gable on the other end. And if anything else, what I can do is edit the texture so it doesn't have ribs in the certain spots there. I can also take the initiative to just select one side at a time, so that I can make it straight and then put it in between these ribs. So there's a couple different ways we can do that, at least anyway. What I'm initially thinking is to do these one edge at a time and just put them all on one edge here, and then I can update the texture so I can take some of the ribbing out of it. That's what I'm thinking anyway. What I don't want to do, though, as far as to lose any scaling, that would necessarily be, so I don't want these too far spread out as far as to lose any of the scaling, I guess, of that texture on the roof, as far as where the ribs are. So I want to be careful with that. So I don't want to take up too much of the texture. I guess I don't need that much really to be able to do these the texturing of the edges. These edges shouldn't need to take that much of the texture, I guess is what I mean. I could do a flat map on that. So right now what I've got applied right now is a quick planar map, and this is what it gives me as a result. I can also go to flatten mapping and do it this way. It's still going to be pointed. And again, it's not really going to be that critical. It's not really that thick of a side. You know, it's that thick of an edge, if you will. So even if I wanted to, I could flatten this down on the two ends. But it still kind of invites the idea to still want to edit the texture so that I can take out some of the ribbing on one edge here, just to be able to deal. I don't want any ribbing to show on the edges of these, you know, if that's a fair mention. So what I can do here, for example, is take these vertices, go into vertice mode, and just move these. Whoops. Make sure I select the vertices. Move that down like so. Just flatten it out. It's not that thick of a. In fact, I can even scale it down this way too. Okay. This is not going to be that critical. Gosh darn, it keeps doing that. Keep getting the vert center. I want to get the vert itself. There we go. Just zoom in a little bit. So I want to maintain the thickness, I guess, of that. See, I did it again. I want to maintain the thickness of that. I want to take away the spacing of those two verts. So I'm just bringing it down together like so. Yeah, see, I keep moving the vert center. I don't want that. Control Z. We'll just bring it back. So I may even be able to get away without having to, because you can see how much, see where the ribs are? I can put this just on this part where there's no rib, so that'll be more of a solid color there, and that should be fine. I should be able to do that with all the edges. Keep selecting that vert center instead of the, yeah, so this would probably work. And I could probably even scale it down even more. Oops. Zoom in a little bit. It don't have to be perfectly straight. I mean, it's fine. Just straighten it out somewhat. I just want to the only critical thing is I want to maintain that spacing between the two verts on either end. I don't want to squish it down. There we go. So now what I can do from here, oh, that's a little too much. Nope. It's a pretty thin piece, so that's definitely makes it necessary to have to zoom in a little bit. Alright, so now from here, I'll select the whole thing, polywise, and scale it into that green area. So, like this. So you kind of get an idea of what I'm going for here now. I'm keeping it inside these ribs here, so I don't have that rib on the edge. It'll be more of just a solid color. And I probably don't even need to have it this long, but that's fine. Okay. So there's that edge. And I can probably do that with all these edges here. Just put them on that end of the texture if I wanted to. Or I can take the initiative to, that's one gable end. I can put the other gable end on here and then do the edges. I'll probably do the front and back edges because if I go this way, it's definitely going to probably have ribs going through, and I don't want that. So I'll probably still have that going this way as well. So I'll have all the edges going this way on the texture. So I can put it in between the ribs and not have that rib going through it.
Yo, how you go?
Yep, so that's what I just did. What's up there, Steel Crafter? Yo, how is that going there? Thank you for the 100 biddies. Hope you're doing fantastic. I appreciate the biddies. Get some biddy hype in there. Get some exclamation point bit hype. Actually got that going again. Bit hype in there. I'm stealing Smart Alex biddy hype there. So yeah, I'm doing fantastic so far. We're a little bit getting a little bit of excess moisture, I guess, in my region, but just enjoying enjoying myself again doing a little bit of 3D modeling here, I guess, for Spline Design Studios Saturday, I guess, as we usually do. Just kind of removing myself from any headache, I guess, as far as dealing with all the moisture, the excess moisture that we got here. That's about it, though. But I hope you're doing well, for sure. Yeah, just doing a little texture mapping on this model for our open barn. You might have seen this, Steel Crafter, I guess, in our map testing on Friday. This is what holds our bales at our cow farms. So I'm taking the initiative. I figured this would probably be a good thing, I guess, to be able to go over as far as how to edit this model. Now, the downside, I guess, to when I created this model originally, I didn't save any scene to be able to go back on it and to be able to edit it much easier. So what I had to do is I had to reverse engineer this to get it broke down to what I can work with and what I need to actually edit on it, right? So it's been a little bit of a process so far, I guess, to get it to what we have here currently. Now we're to the point where, because we exported it out as an OBJ through Giants Editor, it kind of borked out the texture mapping. So we'll have to reapply that texture mapping via what's called a UVW unwrap. So it's basically taking all the polys that are these are polys, you know, the sides, faces, and whatever on the model, and be able to apply it to our texture that we have, which in this case is this texture. So we have to apply those faces of the model onto the texture. That's kind of part of the whole UVW unwrap process. And UVW is kind of short for it's kind of a universal code, I guess, for texture mapping as far as UVW. So this is kind of put it simply, in layman's terms anyway, without going into too much detail with it, I suppose. Hopefully that it gives you up to snuff, I guess, as far as what we got going on here. It looks a little bit messy here right now, so I don't have all the texture mapping applied to it yet. So far our main focus has been just on the roof. So once we get the gable ends as well as the back side, it'll look a little bit better. This is what we're trying to get it back to once we're done. As far as we get the dark areas, I guess, for the post, get the tan on the sides, get the green on the roof, and be good to go. Yep, that's pretty much where we're at right now. So, okay, so right now, currently, I'm in the process of just trying to get all the edges. Got these really thin edges, particularly on the gable ends, gable, front, and back of the thickness of the actual roof. Getting that applied too. So we just did. Can't remember which ones I just did now. Let's bring the edit UVW window back up. So this is the sliver that we did right here, so it's all on this here. You can see this little sliver on both sides of the roof on the gable end. We just textured that. Okay, now we'll get the other gable. Let's flip it over on this gable. And select all those. And we'll do the same thing as we did on the other gable. So I want to select that one. There's 4 polys in all for these little slivers here. So I want to make sure I get them all. Like so. Okay, so what we initially did was we did a quick planar map just to kind of get an idea of what that looks like. Now we can definitely go with that. We also did try a flattened map, as we did on the previous gable end. So you can do a flattened map and see what that gives us. I guess it's this orientation. That's actually, wow, that's a different result than the other side. I think I'm going to go with the quick planar this way, and I can straighten it out. Yeah, for some reason, I guess that came out differently, I guess, than the other gable end. But that's fine. That'll work. So what we can do is we can straighten this out, just bring this center down. Straighten out, we'll put it on this end of the texture, in between our ribs. You can kind of see the ribs that are in between here. So we want to put it in between a rib, so you can get a solid color on that edge. Okay. So we're going to go into, let's widen this up here a little bit. Show that off. So we want to go into vertex mode on this. Go like this. And then we want to bring these 2 verts down, like so, and just straighten this out. As you can kind of tell, we're straightening that out like so. And it don't have to be perfectly straight. In this case, it's a really thin edge, so it's not going to be real critical, I guess, to get it, you know, perfectly straight. I mean, if you really want to get nitpicky, we could really finesse this by selecting each of these sets of verts and straightening it out via this tool up here, as far as to do a horizontal snap or horizontal pivot snap. But we don't really need to go that far with this particular piece, actually. So let's go back into poly. I want to scale this down. And what I'm doing is a shift and left drag this over so it maintains the thickness of that. I don't want to change the thickness of it. So it's maintaining the thickness that it had there. It's just shrinking it down on the horizontal axis there. So now I want to move this over here in between the ribs so we get a solid color on it. And you might even need to squish this down in the center just a little bit more. Let's get it right into here. Scale this down a little bit more. Make sure we're in the green. I guess this one can come back out. That's cool. Yeah, I'm going to squish this center down a little bit more on the vertexes here. Like that. So basically what I've done is get all these polys in between this rib here. So this is all solid color between this and this rib. So now that'll be a solid color on that edge. And it'll really be tough to see because it's a very thin side, but probably if I render it there, you might be able to see it better. Don't pay attention, I guess, to these polys here, just the roof and the edge here. This edge is not textured yet either, so just between this edge and the surface of the roof here will be it's texture mapped so far. Alright, so let's do a render. Just kind of get a sense of how this looks here. Yeah, it's kind of really hard to tell at this point here, but you can see the ribs going in this direction on the roof surface, and then you got that solid color on that very edge. I don't have this textured yet on this edge, so I got to get that. Let me add a little bit more color, or light, I should say. So let's go to environment. It's kind of bright already, but I'll go ahead and add some more light to this, because I know that that green is a little bit dark, obviously. All right, so let's do. Let's do a render again. That's a little bit brighter, so you can kind of get a sense of what's. It really throws it off, I guess, with those polys down, and you know, between this poly and this one. The only thing I got textured is this edge and the surface of the roof there, though, at this point. So now I'll do. Now that I got the gables done, I can do what's the back side edge of the roof. Let's do that. There should be one poly there, I think. It might be two. I think it's two. Yep, it's going to be two polys. Yep. So it's kind of halved out there, so that should be the two polys. Alright, see what we got there. So we'll go ahead and do quick planar map on that. And that looks good. So what I'll do, like I had mentioned, I want to run that the same direction so I can put it in between a rib. So it doesn't matter if I put it on this end or on this end. I can choose either one. Come on, select it. There you go. Whoops, it changed the thickness there. See, that's how it happens if you don't scale it. If you do a shift and then scale it down here, it maintains that thickness. See, by not holding the shift down, it's going to change the scale of the thickness of that, which is not really a big deal in this case, but you don't really need that. When you do the quick planar map, try to maintain, I guess, that original thickness that it gives you, because it kind of averages it out as far as what it feels it should be. And because we don't have like any print or any type of pattern, I guess, on that edge, there's no reason, I guess, to have to rescale it. You know, the height-wise on that edge, anyway. So we can just overlap these. You know, like I said, I'm not going to be applying any ambient occlusion to this. So if we end up overlapping polys, it won't matter. That's not going to be that critical. just go like this. Okay. There we go. So there's that. And then we'll put the front edge, I guess, on that end. Or we can put it down in this end too. It doesn't matter. It will not matter. Did you win on it? You run on the scold again. Holy. Man, you're getting lucky on that. Oh, you got close on the slots, though. Missed it by 1 kappa. You got nothing on the shot. Extracted on the risk. So you're only able to scold them. Well, at least the scold worked for you, at least, anyway. That's free for anybody to use in the chat, as far as those that are lurking in the chat there. Everybody has the ability of being able to supplement their units of fluids. You can always check your fluids in the chat as far as exclamation point fluids. And play those mini games there as Torch has demonstrated. Feel free, I guess, to use that. You got your money back. There you go. Yeah, you got your money back, I guess, for all the other times you lost, right? Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. Okay, so yeah, the front edge, we need to get the front edge now of the roof. And I can put that, like I said, either on that same one edge of the texture or the other side. Doesn't really matter. The overlap of the polystone isn't going to matter. Okay, so let's get that the front edge polys. This is probably going to be the next major, and really the only thing that's critical is these outside panels. As far as the texturing for the posts and all that stuff, it's not going to be that hard, because I'll be able to scrunch all that stuff into those. If I bring up the texture here, I'll be able to scrunch all that into this area. And again, no ambient occlusion, so we don't have to worry about it overlapping or anything like that. We want to keep it somewhat clean and tidy, but we can cram that in between this section of the texture or over here. Either way, most of it, as far as the uprights and all that's going to be in this area. I think I did put some of the nailers and such in this area. So the poles, the uprights are in this area, and the nailers are on this part. And you can kind of get a sense of that looking at the model this way. See if I zoom in on this. So you can see on the post, that part of the texture that's mapped to, go back to the texture, is on this area. And then the nailers, see if I can focus on that. The nailers are more on that solid color, so it doesn't have that any like a grunge into it. So it's more onto, bring it back up. The nailers are more on this part of the texture. Okay. Just to kind of give you a sense of what we're needing to deal with. So we want to get the front edge of this roof now. Let's get that. Whoop, not that one. Are we getting the right piece there? Yeah, so it's a really thin piece, so go to this end here. Right control, and now we got, that should be just 2 polys just for that edge. So that'll be the last edge that we need to get for the roof. So we can go into our edit VW, you get that orientation, do a quick planer, and like I said, we can either put it on this edge where we put the other one, or put it on this edge. Doesn't really matter. Well, we do want to have it going in this direction. We don't want it going across this way, because it's gonna put the ribs, I guess, on that edge. I mean, we don't want that. At least I don't think that would look very good. We want it to be a solid color. So in an effort to eliminate having to edit the texture, if you're just running it in that direction, that should solve that problem. So we do a left shift and drag this over like so. And as long as, it doesn't really matter where we put it, as long as we're in between the ribs, and get a solid color onto those polys. So I think what I'll do is I'll just keep them all on this end. Kind of convince myself to do that. So let's just put it right here. And again, we're not worried about overlap on the polys because no ambient occlusion is going to be applied. So if we are overlapping, it's not going to matter. Okay, so now we should have a solid color on that. We're in between the ribs there. So the outside faces of that roof is now textured. Okay, now what we got to deal with is the inside panels, but that's on a different piece. So we're not going to worry about that right now. That's in the inside panels. That's as a separate piece here. So we're going to work with just the outside panels for now. But eventually that's what we'll have to deal with. Now whether or not we want to put the green onto it so that it matches, I guess, the outside panels, or if we want to put the tan in there, as Torch had suggested, I guess, to make it brighter, I guess, on the inside, we have that option. We can do that at this point. It's seeming like, I think, the way I did it originally here is I put the green on the inside, which, you know, that's fine too. I don't know if I used the green or if I actually put the black on. I'm not sure. I might have even used that black. It's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of shadowed under here, but you can kind of get a sense. You can see where the beams are. So I may have even put the tan on there. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, we'll get to that. We will get to that. We can make our choices, I guess, as we move along here. So what I want to get is the gable ends of these outside panels, and it's got the thickness in there too, much the same as the roof. So we'll do just the main surface areas is here first, and then we'll get the edges independently, just like we did the roof. Okay, so let's polygon. We want to select this poly, that one, and that one. Okay, and we'll look at our edit UVW. Get this orientation. We'll do a quick planar, and we get that orientation. That's sufficient. The only thing we'll want to do is rotate it because we want the ribs going up and down. So you can see this is the peak. That's the bottom edge of it. We want the ribs going in this direction on the polys. So we want to turn it this way or the other way. So if the point's going this way or this way, as long as the ribs are going across up and down on the polys this way. So either way, we can either flip it to have the point going on this side of the texture or the way we have it right currently. Either way. So we'll do it like this. Now we just need to scale it in here like so. And I want to leave a little bit of room. I'll probably just end up overlapping both gable ends on top of each other. So whether or not I apply grid snap to it, that's to be. I could do that. But I'll leave a little bit of room, so I'll put this more or less in the center of this here. Or I can put this on the bottom, because we still got to do the back side, so I could put the back side above that. Yeah, so leave room for that. That's just thinking ahead a little bit. So we do have that back side as far as the outside panels and the inside panels to deal with too. So if I leave that little bit of room for that to get put in here, so we can take some of the overlap on the polys out anyway. Even though it doesn't really matter, you know, just kind of keep it cleaned up a little bit as far as the texture mapping of it, and not make it all helter-skelter. Okay, so that should be mapped. So there's that. So we got that texture on the outside. That looks pretty good. Now let's do the other gable end. And like I said, well, I'll probably do a grid snap type of thing to it, as far as to just overlap those two gable ends. Okay, so we'll do the same thing here. We'll do a quick planar. There we go. And we'll rotate it this way. Alright. Now, what we can do is unfilter this to kind of see all the polys that we've got in there so far. And it's going to be, some of it's going to be a mess, but that's okay. What I want to get to is what we've already mapped here, I guess, on that other gable end, so I can line that up. At least somewhat. So I'm going to leave a little bit of padding and a little bit of room so I can grid snap it, so I can line it right up with the same side. I need to do a Control Z. Yeah, just leave it a little bit of padding. I don't want to line it up perfectly because I'm gonna grid snap this. So I'm leaving a little bit of room all the way around it. Just a little bit. Like so. Now what I'll do, I'll go into grid snap. And when I go into vert mode here, I'm going to select that vert. What the grid snaps on, what that should do, in theory, is snap that right over. So I'm going to line it exactly over top of the other gable end.
It's YouTube Music. Download the app today and
So
get
I'm
a
gonna-
trial of Music Premium on us. Restrictions apply.
Yep, restrictions always apply. So I'm just selecting this one here and lining up all those vertices to overlap, completely line it up with the other gable end. So the peak should be right there. Cool. There we go. So that's perfectly lined up. So yeah, the other polys that are in here we don't have set yet. That's going to be the only one to deal with is just the gable ends there. So I'll turn that filtering back off. So that's done. So now both gable ends are perfectly lined up with each other on either end. Yeah, you can shrink it. Yeah, I do know that. You can do the left shift. I do the left shift and then just drag it either left or right depending on which way I need to go. That locks it down so it doesn't change the shape of it. It's the best approach that I use on that. And there's more than one way to do that, of course. Alright, so let's get this back side now. Actually, no, let's do the edges of that. I forgot this got edges on it. Let's do those edges just like we did on the roof. Let's do this. Let's do this bottom edge first. There should be 4 of them here. 4 polys as well. Whoops. They're really thin, so I think I got them. Yeah, see, it's a really thin deal there. But it goes all the way the length from front to back. Yep, all the way down here. At least I think it does. Maybe it don't. Nope, it doesn't. It's in the red in the middle. I'm gonna go ahead and do it this way. Let's select these all at once here. It's kind of split in the middle, so we'll just do it this way. Get them all in one fall swoop. Like that. So we get this orientation. I'll do a quick planer. So the only thing I want to do is turn this so it's facing this direction. So we want to be able to put it in between the ribs, just like we did the roof. Turn it this way. Alright. And then I'll do left shift. You come it. Let's zoom in here a little bit. Left shift and drag that over this way. Cool. And this one we want to get into the tan. So I think we'll put these just like we did on the roof. I'll put all that on this end here, just like I did the roof. I put more majority of that, with the exception to the other. I put one gable on this end, the other gable, and then all the other edges on this bottom side of the texture. So we'll kind of follow suit with this, all these edges here. Put them all down here for the most part. Alright, so let's make sure we got it into a solid color in between the ribs, for example. We'll put that one here. There we go. Cool. So now it's all in there. So that's textured. Now we need to get... There's some edges here on the front. So we got that one. And that one there. Just the 2 opposing polys there to make it basically one full poly. So like that, we should get this. Holy crap, that's pretty small. So let's do a quick planer. Get that orientation. Again, we need to rotate it. And we'll put it down on this end. Whoop, and again, let's do a Control Z. Yeah, let's do that. Shrink it down. Put it down over here. Now this one we might have to scale down just a little bit. We don't need it quite that thick. Get it in between the rib. And again, I'm not worried about not worried about overlap, poly overlap all that much. Just trying to get everything generally in one area, one location. So put most of the edges over on the bottom side here, over that, on that rib there. Okay, so that one's textured. I don't think there's one on this edge. I don't think. Double check here. Yeah, I don't think there's any here. Yeah, so it was only on that bottom and the front edge there, from what I remember. And I collapsed it all back together, so that should be all textured. Now let's get this gable in. So we got that bottom edge as well as front edge here as well. Alright, so there we go. So let's get, these are pretty thin, so I want to make sure zoom in enough. So we got it's half and half. We're gonna get them all at once here though. Can I get it? Nope. There we go. I got all those two. There's the middle. This end of the front. That one there. So let's make sure we got that all the way on the front. And then we'll have to get this edge. Okay. That's the whole bottom edge. Okay, we'll go into our WVW. Get that orientation. We'll get a quick planer. And rotate it that way. Okay. You dirty rat, why do you do that? Do that. I'll put that down here. So again, we're just going to kind of pile these up down in this end of the texture here for them edges. Just like so. Not worried about grid snapping those. If it was a lot bigger edge, I'd worry about, you know, the scaling, I guess, of that other, but it can be relatively really skinny. If there was a, like I said, if there was a pattern or something that was going to go on it, as opposed to just a solid color. In this case, it's not really that significant. You just want to get the proper color texture, I guess, onto the poly, so that's all we're concerned about in this case. I mean, if you wanted to put, like I said, a pattern on it, you know, get a pattern on those edges, that would be a different story, but okay. Let's get these sets of polys. Whoop. Nope, don't want that. Okay. And over here, we get that orientation, so we do quick planer. And then we want to rotate it. And again, we'll put that. Now, I could put one of these, I guess, on this edge, so that's kind of like serving as a gable end, but it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to remember how I put the gable. Here, let me go into this really quick and see where I put that. So on this gable, I put that down here, okay. Okay, so really what I could do is a flip-flop. I put that on the wrong gable. So on this side, when I did this edge, I can put that on the other end. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So we'll put this set of polys. Oops, it's only gonna give me the one poly. Hold on a second. One side of the poly. There we go. So we'll take these and put those on this end of the texture. That way both gable ends will match. Okay, let's make sure we get these in between the rib. Let's put it right here. So basically what I did there is this gable end. So let me do these all together. So with that there, I'm going to select. Just kind of give you an idea what I did here. Sure, it'll make sense once I select these. So once I go like this, so that'll be all on the same end of the texture. See, so I'll have all those gable ends will be on the same end of the texture. So even on this side, as far as if I select these two, all of that will now be on the same end of the texture. So the one on the one gable will be on this end, and the other gable will be on this end of the texture. Okay. Alright, so now we'll take, that's what we'll do here. So we'll make sure we got this one. Oh, whoops. My bad. That's not what I want to do. Make sure I deselect all the rest of them. I only want these two. There. So I want to put this one here on this end. So let's scale this down. Move it down on this end. That'll at least remove any chaos that's really in the texture, as far as have, you know, them all flip-flopped as far as which gable end and so on, you know, kind of line up with which gable end that it belongs to. Okay, so now that's all textured. So we got all of our roof with our edges and our gable ends with all the edges now textured. It's pretty quick and painless. Now let's get this back side here. Now this here I don't think has got any thickness to it. Let me see. Yeah, it does. So it does have some thickness on this too. So we have. Wait, does it or doesn't it? Maybe it don't. Let's see here. Nope, maybe it doesn't. Okay, cool. So there's no thickness on these panels. So it's all we have is just this here. What we do have is two separate, but I think what I'm going to do, just so that all that lines up, I'm going to select all of this here so that they all line up. So it's not going to be offset potentially on the bottom half as opposed to the top half of these panels. So just to kind of show how it looks in this model. Whoops. Yeah, so you can see how they line up as far as on the bottom half of this, where the posts actually show, they're revealed on the back side. All these ribs will line up between that bottom half and the top half. That's when we'll texture them all at the same time. Okay. Now, is there a poly? Yeah, there's some polys on this bottom edge here. Or is that open? Nope, I think that's open. Yeah, so that's all open there. Let me check that on here. Just to verify. I think that's all open. Yeah, I believe that's all open right there. There's a beam, there's a nailer that goes across there. Yep, so that this nailer here is what's showing through there, but that is relatively hollow between these two sets of panels. So we got this top panel kind of overlaps, and there's the nailer right there, but then there's otherwise a hole, a gap in between there, and that's probably for some breathing, you know, allow some airflow, I guess, in through there. So it's not an entire wind block, but it allows some air, I guess, to get through there to kind of, yeah, air the bales out type of thing. Yeah, so it's got a little bit of a what do you want to call it, recess or an excess, I guess, on that part there. So you got two sets of panels. You got the panel that comes up about 3 feet or so, and then you got the remaining footage, I guess, on that. I guess kind of protrudes out a little bit. Yep, and then this is that other beam that's going to be tan that wraps around that brown upright support. That's all. We got that all in one piece. We might have to separate that out actually then, now that I look at that, because we had all the backside upright pieces, that was all one piece, so we might have to separate that out so that we can put the tan on that this one beam as opposed to the other part of the upright beam. So we'll have to separate that out, which is not a big deal. Just looking at it again. Gosh darn it, I keep opening it. See, that's where I find myself. I'm doing the same thing as I'm trying to do in Giants Editor, and I can't do that in 3ds Max. So I just did there. That's a different function in, as far as those keystrokes in 3ds Max anyway. Alright, so yeah, what we want to do is select all of these polys. Like so. Get that orientation. Now we do a quick planar. Yeah, you can see that divide between the bottom and the top half. So we need to rotate it this way or the other way. It doesn't matter as long as we're in this orientation. As far as this is the top and that's the bottom, you can see that division, like I said, on the bottom half of the polys. So this is from the ground up, and then you got that second half going to the roof side, right, on this edge. So we'll just get this fitted. Now, keeping in mind the way we did the gable ends, we had it from here up. So again, we don't need to worry too much about overlapping, but I'll put a majority of this wall towards this side of the texture as opposed to that side. That way I know once I get it all together, I'll have the gable ends on this part of the tan, and then we'll have this back wall, I guess, on this half of the tan on the texture. So I can even go so far as to shrink this down if I wanted to. That way I can give room, I guess, for that gable end. That'll work out just fine. So let's go like this. And like I said, if we do overlap on those two different sets of poly, it won't matter. But again, just kind of keeping in mind as far as like where everything is oriented without actually having it. Now we can do this at this point, and we can see actually where it lands. See, so we got a little bit of overlap. So if we wanted to, we could adjust for that. Could even go so far as this. So that's where our edge is. If we overlap that, it doesn't really matter. That's fine. But just to kind of clean it up a little bit anyway. It's not really critical. Like I said, I'm not applying ambient occlusion, so. Yeah, we still got some other pieces to deal with here. So we got this piece here. I don't know what that belongs to yet. We'll get to that. Alright, so that's textured on the backside now. And all that should line up. All the ribs between that bottom half of the polys and the top half of the polys. That's the result we wanted. And the scaling looks pretty good in comparison to the gable ends. Let's go ahead and render that really quick. Now we should be able to see a big difference, I guess, as far as the way the render looks. Okay, so I missed some trim here, it looks like. Unless that's supposed to be the post going through there. I'll double check that. So far it looks pretty good though. As far as the way the ribs look on that. Not too bad. Let's look at the model here. So I think I'm missing some trim there. Let's see. Trim or that thickness there. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, see there's no gap here. But I'm definitely seeing a gap here. Alright, so am I missing some trim? I think so, but let's see here. So do I have that as part of the inside panels? Let's see here. Let's check the inside panels. Alright, let's render that. Nope, still got a gap there. Interesting. So what do I have? I might have that a part of those uprights. Yep, okay, let's check that. So we'll do... What do I got selected now? Inside panels, get rid of those. Oh, come on. Inside panels, hide. Thank you. Oh, maybe that is in there. That's only part of it, it looks like, though. There's a bigger gap, I guess, if I remove the inside panels. Oh, yeah. Holy crap. So some of it is in the inside panels. Let me get the uprights. Back uprights. Oh, okay. So majority of that's going to be covered anyway. So if I render this. Yeah, so majority of that's going to be covered anyway. What's going on here? Check the original model. Yeah, so that stops right here. Yeah, so you can see that same little bit of gap right here. So yeah, you can see that piece stops just like we're seeing here. So just making sure. Yep, so it stops right here. We got a little bit of a gap there. That's okay. So that's normal. That's the way this original model is here too. Okay. And these beams on the back side here obviously protrude. So, all right. Yep. Alright, so on these uprights, like I was saying, I'm probably going to have to separate out this one portion of the upright, because part of that's going to be tan, and the other part's going to be like the black or the brown, the dark brown for the upright. So we'll get to that. So at least I know what's going on with that. So far, I guess that's what we'll do next. We've got all the outside panels all textured now, I believe. What else do we got left in it? So let's go like this. Let's go into here. Nope, we got something left in there. So we got this piece here. What is that? Let's go into poly mode. Nope, I have to go to vertex. Got this piece here going across here. What is that? What is that? See it anywhere? Oh, it's right down here. What is that? Oh, so it must be these bottom polys. Okay, got it. So are there polys there? I thought that was bare. Okay. Oh, we do got some polys here. Okay. Ooh, ready then. So I guess we gotta go here. So just a little bit, not much here though. Right there. Okay. So we do got some thickness here, bottom edge of those panels. Okay, gotcha. That should be the last of the outside panels. Yep, so now let's do quick planer. Cool, that'll take care of that. And again, that's the bottom edge of that, so you can either put it on this end or that end. I'm going to put it on this end, on the tan. That'll work. Alright, so we'll go this. Shift drag this down. Alright, we're going to put it down on this end here. Yep, and we can overlap this. That's fine. All this can be all in this area right here. So you can kind of see it's kind of a little bit messy here, but again, the fact that these are very thin edges, it's not very critical that they be, yeah, as far as the overlap, there's no ambient occlusion and all that being applied, so it's not really going to matter. But just to kind of keep them all in one area, that works out fine. Bro, I gotta run and spend some time with my grandson. Catch you later. No problem, Torch. Appreciate you just sticking around there for a little bit. Have fun there with the grandson. Getting your last shots and slots and whatever. There you go. Oh, almost got it on the slots again. Did you scold him? Man, you're like 3 for 3, I guess, on the scold. Holy mackerel. I'm sure James not gonna be too happy with that, but that's funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah, you're darn lucky on that scold, that's for sure. You kind of didn't make out all that well. You failed on the risk. You missed it by 1 again on the slots. Hey, can't win them all, I suppose. But at least you got the scold. Have a good night there, Torch. Appreciate you. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Okay, so we got that done. So now all of our faces for our outside panels are done. All done. And I can tell that by if I go into my edit UVW, and you can see how they're all lined up here. And if I go ahead and drag select all these in poly mode, and I can look in my scene, anything that's green, that's still untextured. So anything that's red, that's all textured now. So that's all done. Outside panels are done. So what I can do from this point, at least, to save my work, I'm going to go ahead and collapse down the UV unwrap. Hold that, please. Yes. And save the scene. I'm going to go ahead and hide these first, just to get myself a starting scene. Hide those for now. So all those are done. I'll go ahead and save this scene now. Right there. Yes, I went over it. Thank you. So now, so far that's all what's textured. So we're almost there. Got all the outside panels done. So all I can do now is hide this. We're done with that. And unhide our back uprights, because we got to do a little bit more editing to that to segregate out some pieces from that. So our back uprights are these pieces here. We need to segregate out, and you can kind of see it a little bit better this way. So there's a little corner piece on this beam right here. We need to separate that out because that's going to be tan, and the rest of it's going to be a different color based on the texture. So we want to separate that out. So the way we can do that is go polygon, select those polys. So you can see it's kind of like a square piece here on the corner. We want to segregate that from the. That's going to have a different texture on it, different color texture. So we go all the way around this. So the fact that it protrudes a little bit here on the top is a little bit easier to kind of get those polys selected. Whoop. There we go. There, I think we got it all. There we go. So we'll detach that. And we'll call this, I'm going to do back upright B. So in this case, we got these as back uprights, but I'll call it a back upright B. Yeah, so there we go. So now that piece is segregated, and we got to do it on this end as well. That's the two extreme corners, I guess, of our structure. And yeah, it's kind of easier to get it because I got it protruding on the top here, so I can get select those polys a little bit easier than trying to weed it out, I guess, from all that same color that's in here. So I can go all the way around the top here and make sure I got all the polys selected for that. So I'm missing one little piece here. There we go. Relatively low poly, I guess, as far as that goes. Alright, so we'll detach that one, and we'll call this one back upright B2. That way we know we got two more than one of these anyway. Okay, so now that's, wait, did I miss a piece? Looks like I did. Yep, so now that's detached. I think I missed one little sliver of poly there. You can see that white line right there? That happens sometimes. Not really a big deal. I can just go into this, select that poly, I'll detach that, and I'll leave it as that, because I'm going to collapse that back together, I guess, with the one I already detached there. So let's go between B2, I'll select that one first, and then this one I'm going to collapse those two together. It makes it all one solid piece. So go with my hammer, collapse. Selected. Now it's all one piece. Okay. So now that I got that segregated out, I'm going to eliminate for now the rest of the uprights. So we're going to hide those for now. Now I just got these two tubular pieces. Now these are going to be tan. And again, going by our original structure here, the way we had this, that what I just segregated out is basically this piece right here, this little tubular piece on this corner. So that's all going to be tan. So that's what I just isolated there. So the way this is done on here is it's more of a solid color. It's kind of like a corner piece, but it does have some ribbing in it, but not the same as the rest of the ribbing. So it's kind of like a corner fascia type of piece on that corner. So be it a decorative piece or whatever, you can kind of see how that's applied there. So that's what we're going to do to those two tubular these two square pieces here. So we want to apply the texture to it, so we're going to go into our material editor and apply the texture. It's going to be funky for now until we get it UV unwrap. So we'll start with this one here. So now with that applied, well, actually I want to convert this back to an edible poly. Shouldn't need to do anything to it. I always like to make it, after you collapse, it always converts it back to an edible mesh. So I always like to put it back to an edible poly, just in case I do need to edit it at all, as far as to resize it or what have you. Just makes it easier. Habit, as far as to do it that way. So I want to apply unwrap, UVW unwrap. Got the texture applied. Get that modifier on there. Now we'll go into our UV editor screen here. We'll make sure we put the texture in there. So there's our texture we want to apply. Now we want to select polys. And I'm going to go ahead and just select all these polys all at once. And I'm going to look and see how this is going to look that way. And if it does present itself, what I'll do is do, like one side at a time. But for now, I'm going to try this with just applying all four sides, like so. And then do a quick planer. And we get this orientation. So I think I'm going to keep it just like that. The only thing I want to do is rotate it this way, so I can go in between the ribs and get more of a solid color on it. And or at least get the ribs going in this direction. So the texture, this would be like the bottom of it. That's the top of the square piece. So, and then these would be the sides, obviously. So let's scale this down this way. Fit in that tan. And it's a matter of, now I can go by how I did the gable ends, for example. So I have, which end is this one? That's this end. So what I'll do is, since I put all the other pieces on this gable end on one side of the texture, I'll put this one all on the same side of that texture. So this one's going to be on this side. So all the gable pieces on that, all the edges and pieces on this end of the structure is on this end of the texture. Just to kind of put those all in the same place anyway. Alright, let's scale this down a little bit so it's in between the rib. So this is going to basically affect all four sides in the same fashion, basically. Alright, so all four sides should be textured that way. So if we zoom in on this, kind of see how that's applied there now. So it's just more of a solid color onto it. Cool. Turned out pretty good. Now we'll get the other one. Do the same thing. Only we'll put it on the other end of the texture, as far as the bottom end of the texture. Okay. So we'll go into this one. And again, we want to, it's already an editable poly, cool. Now we want to do an edit unwrap to this one. Okay. Select the polys. Looks like they're already all selected. Just making sure all the way around it, make sure it's all selected. Alright, where are we at in comparison? Okay, there we go. So now we open up this texture. Whoops. Oh, wait a minute. Why isn't this, okay, maybe I did not apply to that texture that I thought I did. Maybe I didn't, so let's go ahead and apply it. Maybe I did. I need to apply the texture to it. Okay. Try that again. I know what I'm gonna. This is what I'm gonna do. Sometimes this will happen. What I'm gonna do is collapse this to all. I'm gonna redo this. Unwrap. So do a hold. Yes. Something got screwed up there, so I'm gonna go ahead. Edit poly. Sometimes that'll happen. And it's probably just the way I had selected that, because of the fact that I already had the poly selected when I put the unwrap on it. I didn't have a material on it yet, apparently. So I had to apply the material. Now if I put the UV unwrap on it, I should be able to select the polys. So do that. There we go. Now I should be able to go into the polys. I'm going to do it now. Let's see here. Alright, so I should be able to go into here. There we go. See, now I can choose the texture. There we go. Definitely want to make sure that shows up in there, otherwise we're not going to be able to apply the texture to the piece there. Alright, so with all those selected, I'm going to go quick planar again, so we get that orientation, rotate it, and then to scale it down, we'll put that on this end. That'll coincide with all the other pieces we got on that gable end, I guess, of the build structure. Scale this down. Come on. It's probably because I'm zoomed out a little bit as far as why it gets a little finicky sometimes. If I zoom in a little bit more, it'll be easier usually to select. But I didn't want to zoom in too much until I got it scaled down. So I'm going to put that on this rib right here. And that's going to deal with all four sides, once again, just like the other side. I'm putting it right between these two ribs here as far as these darker lines. Whoops. Thinking I got grid snap. No. There, okay. Being a little finicky there. There we go. So we got it in between the ribs there, so that'll be textured much the same way as the other one is. Going to zoom in on that. You can see how that's more of a solid color. Let's render this really quick. There we go. That's a really nice solid color on that. Okay, so that's that piece. That's done. So now we'll, so we got both gable ends as far as that goes. Now we will collapse this down. Collapsed all. Hold yes. So now both these pieces are done. So we have, oops, I didn't collapse this one yet. So let's collapse this one down as well. Done with all that texture mapping. So now we got our back upright B2, and this is our B. So our B or B2. Nice. So even if I wanted to at this point, I could probably collapse both those pieces into one. So the way I'll do that, now that's all textured, I'll take this one and then this one, put on my hammer, collapse, and collapse selected. Now it puts it just into one piece. And again, it automatically will smash it into editable mesh. I'll go ahead and just convert it back to an editable poly. Just because. So we got that now done, so we can hide that. So we got the back panels. That piece now we want to get, let's bring back out the back uprights and get those textured. So this is where we took out those pieces that we just textured out from. We extracted that from that. high. Now we want to texture these, and we can do those all in one full swoop. So I haven't necessarily shown how you can take a grouping like we have here and texture them all at the same time. I showed how you can select multiple polys in one piece to be able to texture to one area of the texture. You can do the same thing by doing multiple polys on multiple pieces like I got here and map that all to one area of the texture. And that's basically what I want to do, and that'll kind of just land right, you know, it'll take care of more than one object and more than one set of polys as all in one full swoop. So that's just another way of being able to texture map it. So when you got the same kind of texture going on multiple pieces like you have here in this case, it just works better, I guess, to be able to. So we've got to make sure we put a texture on it first. So they're using the same texture as we did for everything else so far. We're using the same texture for everything actually. Apply the texture. It's gonna look a little funky. It's just like it's to be expected until we map it. So we want to apply our unwrap like so. Unwrap. So that puts our unwrap modifiers in there. Cool. And we do the open up our edit UVW window, and you can see all the pieces in here, all the orientation as it is. That'll change once we do a quick planer. We'll go through all the different mappings and see which one works the best as far as how we want to texture it. So we want to make sure select our texture so you can kind of see how those are oriented currently. We obviously don't want it that way, so we can either select all the polys right here and then at UVW. In this case, I'm going to go right into the viewport here, and we want to go into polygons, select them all like so, make sure we go all the way around it, make sure we get all the polys. Actually, I'm going to switch this to drag select like this, as opposed to my spray paint tool. Okay. Just making sure we get everything. Yep. What? Didn't want to do that. Sometimes I get click happy. It happens. Sometimes it creates catastrophe, but in this case, not too bad. Just making sure it's selecting all these polys. All the way around it, select all the polys and just drag selecting. Now, I'll be able to do this in the viewport, and I can also drag select right from in the edit UVW window too, just to ensure I got everything selected. It looks like so far. The way you can kind of tell in the viewport, if you've got all the polys selected, you'll see this yellow bounding square that's in here. It'll tend to shift if you're selecting new polys. And that'll kind of give you some indication as to whether or not you have them all selected or not. So as I go around this, see how that's not shifting at all? So it's a pretty good indication that I probably got everything selected as far as the polys. See, it's not shifting anymore. But also what I can do is go through here and kind of see how they're selected in here. Everything's red, which is what we want. But I can also go into here and just drag select this to make sure that everything's selected, which it does seem to be. So we'll go quick planner. That's not going to work, so we're going to do a flatten map. I think that's what we're going to have to go with here. So let's go a flatten map. That's probably more what we want. So what we can do with all this mess, I know it looks pretty crazy. We can squeeze all that right into this area here, for example. As far as this grungy dark area of the texture, that's basically where we had it. And that'll take care of the texturing of all that. And the way we can do that is just scale it. I think what I'll do, rotate it this way. That's kind of up and down. So that's just like the two different sets of sides for every poly. That's kind of how that breaks it down in the flat mapping. So if you go in this orientation, now from here what I can do is I can break it down into a couple different halves if I want to. So in order to take this half and put it on this half of the texture, and then take this half and put it on that half, I can do that. I don't really need to. I'll just go ahead and scale it down like so. And it doesn't really matter if I squish it down this far, because it'll still look good. Let's just put it that way. But I'm going to put it all in this part of the texture. And I'll even go so far as to go all the way down there. just like that. So that'll texture all of that. Now it will be a little bit hard to see it in here, but I'll render it. It'll give you a sense of how that looks. Let's get this rendered. Now you can see how that looks on there. It's got kind of like a grunginess to it. You know, it's kind of like a rustic metal type of look to it, and that's basically what we see on the model here. So if I zoom in on this, you can, let's look at these front ones here. So as you can see, it's got a little bit of grunginess to it. See how that grungy, it's a little bit tough to tell. I understand, I guess, as far as like, but you can see there's some grunginess on that, and that's basically what we've got on our mapping here. We've crunched that all down to that one little tiny area, just to do those poles like that. And for that particular type of thing is fine. I mean, there's not really a specific pattern that's on it, you know, that has to line up and look, you know, unique in any sense. So it's kind of random, I guess, in that fashion. So by applying it that way, it's not going to create too much of a problem as far as just to map it like that. Just the fact that we condensed it all into that when there's not as much detail, I guess, on pieces like the ribs that we've dealt with there. This is the best approach, I guess, for applying to something like that. We got this little piece here, though, I noticed, though. Where the heck are these at? It's like we might have missed that a little bit. So where are those at? Should be able to see it red. So that is showing up right. Huh. Can't be very big. Not seeing it in here. Well, I'll be darned. So sometimes this will happen to you. You tend to kind of miss some polys. It's just a matter of where it's located and how obvious it's going to look if it's mistextured. I see it's got the bounding box here, but I don't see actually where the polys are at. That makes it kind of complicated. So let's okay, so it must not be that significant, so I'm just going to take these and just throw it right over in here. I don't think it's going to be too much of a bad. It looks like it's an edge, you know, like the bottom or top edge, so probably not going to matter too much. I'll just throw it up in there and that should be fine. From what I can tell in the scene here, it's not really an obvious side that's going to make it, you know, really obvious as far as it being mistextured. So that'll work too. Now I can even go so far as to go ahead and reselect everything and apply it again, but again, it's not really that significant, that obvious in this case, so that should work out just fine. Okay, so with that being done, I'm going to collapse this down. We're all done with that. And let's go ahead and bring back, just to get a sense of what we have here now, we have, we need the back uprights. Okay, that's the B. And I want the outside panels, that's what I want. So these two, let's bring these two out, just to kind of see how that looks now. So all that should be textured now. So now we can see even closer as far as like how the original model was. So we got that tan piece here, and then we've got the pole piece, I guess right there. That's a different texture, and that's what we see in our original model. If we scan over this way in the corner, that's the same thing we see here. So we got the tan piece, this edge up, and then we got that brown colored pole piece, I guess, right there. So we're right back to where we need to be. That's all textured now. So I'll save that scene, whatever, as far as save that progress of work. We're getting there. Alright, so yep, save this scene. So save as, you know, keeping in mind that the only reason the fact that I've had this model already created, I didn't save a scene on it. What this is basically forced me to have to do is I want to reestablish that save scene that I didn't establish or didn't keep or whatever, so that I can potentially modify this model down the road if I so choose to. So, but also being able to reflect on the overall construct of the structure to really understand as far as like, you know, respect and appreciate, I guess, as far as the construct of it in the first place. So to be able to reverse engineer it just as easily as I put it together, it really gives you that the sense of appreciation of how well you've done on the original construct or not, and whether or not you should consider maybe how your workflow is, I guess, as far as constructing something even as simple as this. So if anything, that's what should be considered the takeaway, I guess, as far as this one. So even though this is already created, and it doesn't matter if you already created it yourself, or if you want to reconstruct it, reverse engineer it and put it back together and have it function the way you want it to, this is somewhat the workflow that you want to go with. So that should be the takeaway, I guess, from all this anyway. Okay, so now we want to continue our work on texturing this thing. We're not done yet as far as the texturing, so we're almost there though. We got a majority of this done, so now we need to do we got the nailers, the roof, and then our Y members, as well as our front supports, our front uprights. So let's do the front uprights next. We'll hide what we got in here. These are all done. Okay. Now we want to do the front uprights. Do these next. These are going to be similar to the. Now, again, I've already mentioned before about the poly overlap. So the fact that we're not applying any type of ambient occlusion or anything like that, we don't need to be worried about applying polys on top of polys. This, as long as they'll be able to share the same texture area without interfering with each other, as far as, like, you know, so the overlapping those is not going to be an issue. Okay, this is the takeaway from that. So now apply the material to this. It's much the same as we did everything else. So the material is applied. Now we got to apply our UVW unwrap. Okay, and then we want to open up our editor, UVW editor. And you can see those in there, much the same way as the back uprights. Excuse me. Get myself a drink there. There we go. Throat was starting to get a little dry, I guess. So you can see that in the same orientation that we had in the back uprights. Apply our texture. And again, I can do it from either way, from the viewport or right here from the Edit UVW window. I'll do it right from the Edit UVW. I'll go to Polys. Go like this. That should select all the polys. And then what I should be able to do, I did a flatten map. Seemed to work on the back upright, so I'll do the same thing here. So I'll apply it much the same way. So I'll do the same thing. I'm going to rotate it this way, so it's this orientation. And I'm going to basically, I don't need to be perfectly aligned with the back uprights, but I'm going to put it in the same area of the texture. And I said, just like I said, as far as the overlap of the polys is not going to matter, as we're not going to be applying any ambient occlusion or anything like that to the model. So they can go right over top of each other in the same area of the texture. Oops. I want to stretch this down all the way to the bottom here. So you can go just like that. There. So we generally got both the back uprights and the front uprights in the same areas of texture, kind of compressed down into that little part of the texture, just like that. So just like the back uprights, we did the same thing. So you can see that grunge effect that's on there. That's kind of what we're going for. So that's good to go. So we'll go ahead and collapse that down. Alright, and then those are done, so we'll hide that. Kind of going to move it along a little bit quicker here just to kind of get this done. Now that we got a sense of what's going on, I guess, with the different parts in there and how it gets textured. We'll do the same thing with the middle uprights. We've got a middle section here. It's only got 2 in here, so we'll do the same thing. Select it, apply the texture. Like so. Make sure it's applied. Usually you can zoom in on it. It's going to apply it kind of funky. It's not going to be where it needs to be, and that's to be expected because you got to unwrap it and put it where you want it to be on the texture. So unwrap it. Open up our UVW unwrap editor. Apply the texture. So we can see where those are at. Now I can, again, just like I've shown, you can do it. You can select the polys either from the viewport or right from here. Do it right from here, like so, and then do a flatten map. That seems to be working on these types of pieces. And again, we'll do, and it probably doesn't matter if I rotate it to the left or right. Doesn't really matter, just as long as it's in this orientation. Again, there's no really distinctive pattern on this, so just to kind of maintain, I guess, some type of randomness of the grunge map. I guess it's on the this part of the texture for these. You can rotate it, you know, this as long as it's in this orientation, as opposed to how it originally applies the flatten mapping as well. It kind of gives you a sense of, you know, the flow of the grain of the polys. Kind of like just on the grain of wood. I consider the grain of the wood. So yeah, now we've got, let's deselect this so you can see that grunge map on those. Check that one so you can see that on there. Cool. That works for that. So that one's done. We'll go ahead and collapse that one down. Collapse all, hold it. Yes please. Now we'll hide that one. All the pieces are done. Now we've got the back uprights, those secondary pieces, I guess, for the back uprights, the middle, and the front uprights. Now we want to do probably either the Y members or the roof itself, the roof rafters, the trusses and the rafters and all that good stuff. So let's do unhide. We also got the nailers. The nailers, in fact, let's bring the nailers in. The nailers, I'm going to put that into a different part of the texture, which is going to be like that middle section in between the tan and the green. Because as you will be able to tell on the original model, that has more of a solid color as opposed to a grunge on it, as far as it being more of like a steel metal. Scan it over here. So if I zoom in on one of these nailers, well, by the nailers I mean all these horizontal pieces. So they got more, they got less of a grunge on it. I mean, they can go in there, that grunged area if we want, for sure. But in this case here, they are not, excuse me. Whoa, getting something lodged in my throat there. Can't seem to drink enough in order to keep the throat jet. So these Y members all end up putting that grunge area on that. You know, as far as like we did with the uprights as well. So you can kind of see that's the same texture there. Alright, so all these nailers, these horizontal pieces. And the world is our oyster. We can apply it however we want at this point. If we don't necessarily want to put it in that middle section of the texture, we can apply it in much the same place as the uprights and the Y members if we want. We're not restricted, I guess, to be able to do it exactly the same way that it originally did at this point. We can kind of change it up if we wish. Okay, so nailers. Okay, so we got our nailers in here. I think I'm going to do this the same way as I did all of it. I'm going to select this all at once. I'm going to apply the texture to it. Apply the material texture to it. Like so. And then go ahead and apply our UV unwrap. Alright, and then go open up the editor, and it's going to give us this orientation. Okay. Get the texture in here like so. Now, I'm going to go ahead and select all the polys right from here. Right from the VWs, just like so. And I'm going to do a flatten map. It's much the same way I did the uprights. So go to mapping, flatten. I'll put it this way. So again, I want to rotate this one either left or right, won't matter. And I might split this up just a little bit so I can get this all to fit in the center section here. And by split it up, I'm going to go like this. I'm going to select all these on this half. Alright. Section this out here. Let's move this over here for a second. Take this. I'll squish this up. And I'll put this up at the top half here. So it really gives you a sense of these types of pieces that don't have any particular type of pattern or anything to it, like these rib pieces do. You can really squish this down into a really condensed area of the texture. You don't really need to have that much space on it. There's really no sense for it to take up any more space than it really needs to. That's the whole idea, I guess, with parts like this. You want to focus more on what has the most detail in it, like the rib pieces, as opposed to the pieces that are more or less a solid color or has a simple grunge on it. We're going to put all these nailers right in the center section here. Like so. So now that's all textured. All the nailers are now textured. Just as simple as that. So we'll deselect all this. Now you can see all those nailers are now textured in that center section of the texture. Okay. So that part's done. Now, we want to collapse this down as far as the texturing and the UV unwrap. Hold please, yes. Now we'll hide that. And we'll go ahead and, what else have we not done yet? We haven't done the inside panels. And we do have the Y members yet. So we want the front Y members. Let's do those. I'm going to do these the same way I did as the uprights. Be the easiest way. Okay, so we got to apply the texture first. Apply the material. Make sure it's applied. And zoom in on that just to make sure it's applied. Yep. So we're applied. Okay, then we're going to do our unwrap. Whoopsie. Do our unwrap. Yeah, so it gives us this orientation initially. Make sure we put our texture in here so I can see where those are at. So just like I've done before, I'm going to go ahead and select all these polys right in the UVW editor. Just like so. And it's kind of on an angle here. It won't really matter. I can just kind of free rotate this at this point. Let's go like this. I'm going to straighten these up a little bit. It won't really... That way when I go ahead and flatten map it, it'll do it like so. And again, all I can do is have to scrunch these up. I can rotate this way. And then scrunch these all down right into here. Just that easy. So we're overlapping a lot of those polys in there, but again, it won't matter. In the long run, it's not really going to matter. Alright, so that will kind of show. Let's see how that looks. You can see how that looks. It's got that grunge mapping on there. So may need some tweaking on that one, now that I look at it. Because it looks kind of stretched and kind of miscued. Let's kind of render this and see what it looks like there. Yeah, so it's kind of stretching like that, so that may not look the best there, doing it that way. So I might have to individually map these, possibly, as opposed to doing them all together like that, just to kind of remove some of the stretching in the texture, as we call it. So I may go about that just a little bit different with that. I might do these more in an individual basis as opposed to, and that's no problem, we can still do that with that. unwrap applied. So like say for example, let's go like this. We'll go to polys on this one. Make sure we have them all. For this piece. Whoops, I guess I got 2 pieces here. Okay, let's do 1 piece at a time. So we'll go with this one. Yeah, because we still want the grunge to look good. We don't want it to look stretched or anything like that. We want it to be kind of spread across the polys, I guess, somewhat uniformly. And not just helter-skelter. Okay, so I think... Is there not edges on here? Let's see here. Nope, must not be. Okay. That must be hollow right there. Okay, so we want to make sure we get all these. These will have to take a little bit more care on these is all. Not a big deal. I want it to look good. Okay, so I'm just selecting all those polys, make sure I get them all. On that one piece. So now we'll do this all independently. So now we'll bring this, open up the edit there. So now it's going to show that little, all those polys. Now we're going to re-flatten map this. Like so. So now it's going to give me just that. All those that I got selected. You can see how much more clearly defined all that is. Let's filter that out. So we'll do these in this fashion instead of the way we did it initially. This will give some more definition, I guess, in how these are going to be applied. So we can kind of scrunch this still down in this area. That's going to be more on an individual basis as opposed to all in a group. This is the only difference. So I'm going to scrunch this down, like, say, about like this. This will be reasonable. Cool. Now if we look at this way as far as texture, this should look a lot better. Now we only did... Oh, hold on, let me set the poly here. Get it focused here. So we only did this one little piece right here, right? Wait, which one did we do? We did this one right here, I'm sorry. This one right here we did. Yeah, I can already tell it's a lot better. So let's move render. Oh yeah, much better. So you can see the difference now. By doing that one individually, you can see how it's stretched in here. Kind of, yeah, not very well presented on that in comparison. So we'll do it that way. We'll do it on an individual basis for all these pieces instead of it as a group. Okay. Very good, very nice. Okay, so let's do this piece now. Polygons. Drag select all these polys. Whoop, we don't want to select that one anymore. Nope. That one's done. But see, this is kind of the advantage too of breaking it down, breaking the model down like I did. Maybe doing all that work to get it broke down to this level. It makes it a lot easier to be able to select the polys that you need to get them mapped, texture mapped properly. Makes it so much easier. Alright, so got all those polys selected. So open up our, so we can see all those selected there. We're going to do a new flatten mapping. So there's that orientation. We'll flip them this way or this way, doesn't matter. Either way. Get them in this orientation and put them all. We're going to put all these Y members down on this end of the texture over here. Roughly in the same scale right in this corner. If they're not perfectly uniform, you know, as far as it's not going to matter too much. As long as they're in the ballpark. So if we wanted to turn, say for example, turn the filtering on, we can get an idea of where we put those original pieces there for that first piece we did, and it's roughly right about here. Just kind of get an idea. Put them all roughly in the same orientation, at least anyway. So that one's done. Look at how that looks in here. So that was this piece here. Line this up here. So let's see how we look in the render with this one now. You saw how it looked before. See how it looks now. And just to give it some more contrast here, let me change the background color. Let's go to environment, and we'll change the background color here. We'll make it a lighter color. So when I render this, we'll be able to see a little bit more contrast there. There you go. That's a little too much contrast. I want to be able to show difference in there. It's kind of hard to see. You can really, I can tell it, but you might not be able to see it. So let's make it a little bit darker, not quite that light. Gonna go away somewhere in the middle. Right about there. So when I render this, get that effect. Oh yeah, that is so much better. It's not as stretched out, pixelated onto it. It's kind of more uniformly spread across the piece. There we go. So that's done. So we just have to do each piece individually, which is not a big deal. Taking a little bit extra time, I guess, to make sure that the texture applies to the piece properly. Alrighty then, so let's do this one. Drag select all these pieces. There's not a lot of polys into this, that's what's kind of nice about it. Like I said, they're relatively low poly. The overall structure is less than 1700 polys. It's no more than 1700 polys for the whole thing. And that's pretty decent size, I guess, as far as low poly, like I said. But it still has a lot of detail in it. As far as the 3D dimensions to it, as far as the individual beams, and you know, the fact that it doesn't have any normal mapping, I guess, to give some rigidity, I guess, to the ribbing on the sheet metal for it. It's just using a flat texture to it. It still gives that sensation that it is, you know, ribbed steel as far as the sheet metal. Alright, so all those are done, or selected, I should say. Go into here. We'll reflatten map that. Okay, once again, we'll rotate it this way or this way, it doesn't matter. Cool. And then we'll scale that down this corner of the texture. And again, if we really want to get super nitpicky about that, we can unfilter this and kind of see where we put the other ones, which is right about there. Like so. I'll re-unfilter that. Cool. So we don't really need to render it every time, but I at least want to render just to kind of show. So every time I do this now, it should basically be the same for every piece that I do. So this one here, we've got two pieces here. Yeah, you can already see how that's stretching on that one for sure. It's definitely stretching on this piece here. So let's do that. I'm going to try and do these, because it's kind of got a split here in the Y. I'm going to try to do this one and this one separate. If I can help it here. I should be able to select these like that way. I might need to put this into my paint. Let's go over here and I'll choose it this one. Use my spray can. Do it this way. There we go. Makes it a little bit more precise as far as, sometimes with the drag select you might select polys that you don't want to have selected. So I'll make sure you get these side. Just like that. Just making sure we got it all. Looks good. Alright, so now we'll go here and we'll reflatten map it. So you can see those pieces selected. Mapping, flatten. There we go. So we'll rotate it this way or the other way. It doesn't matter, like I said. Either way, just want to get it in this orientation. And, alright, and then we'll turn off the filtering and put that right about there. Something like that. Cool. That one's done. Alright, so that was this side, right? Let's render that just to make sure which one was which. Yeah, definitely this side. So we gotta do this one. Yeah. Oh, you all can see that or not. Let me see. Let me render that one more time. Yep. So you can see how this is still stretched on this piece here. So this is fixed. That one's fixed. This one still is. Big difference. Very big difference as far as how that applies that grunge texture, I guess, to it. Just taking that extra bit of time, I guess, to be able to do each independently as opposed to doing as a group. Didn't hurt at all, I guess, to try and see how it would look, I guess, by doing in a group. But to leave it that way, that's not very pleasing, to be honest. So to do it this way is taking that little bit of extra effort, I guess, to make it sure that the texture is going to look presentable on the piece. Just adds to the taking pride in your work type of effort here. Alright, so okay, so we got that all selected. Go into here. So you can see all those pieces selected. The previous on flatten map. So go this way, flatten map. We're gonna turn it this way. Crunch it down into this area of the texture. Right about there. We'll turn the filtering off. So you can see where the ends of all the rest of them are. We're just kind of lining them up just roughly where the rest of it was. Just kind of keep it somewhat clean in the texture. So they're not spread out all over the place, I guess, in that part of the texture. Kind of putting them all in the same spot. So if we did necessarily, say for example, if we wanted to paint these Y members a different color on that texture, we'll know where those at. We can create a wire map of our mapping for all these different pieces. And if we wanted to color these Y members a different color than the uprights, we'd have the option to do that. That's kind of one optimistic way, I guess, of looking at how that works anyway. Okay, so with that done, so we got all these individual pieces here. Yep, so we the same thing, we got going Y this way, and we got that piece coming this way that supports the beam for the rafter and the beams for the edge of the roof. Okay, so let's do this one here first. Now, if I really wanted to, this is an option too at this point. Now that I've got this one set here already mapped, if I really wanted to speed this process up there instead of doing all these independently, so I know everything's kind of uniform in a sense, what I can do from this point is segregate out this one, clone it, and just copy it over to these other ones here. Same on this end, I would only have to reorient it for that corner. So that'll save a little bit of time, and that's actually what I might do. So since we've got this one set here already textured, is this the one we already got done, right? So I want to render this. That one is already done, right? Yeah, so that should be the one we already have done right off the corner. Yeah, this was the one we were doing next. Okay. So yeah, these are done, and this one's done. So what I can do, I guess what I will do actually, talk myself into it. Yeah, so this one's, you can still see the stretching on that. As far as the texture, the way the texture, well, we did the initial flat mapping. That's not very, very pleasant. So we'll just do, let's go ahead and collapse this UV map like this. Now what we'll do, we have the option for it anyway, we can segregate this one out. Select all these polys. And we'll clone it, like I said. Well, let's do a drag select. Let's change this to this. Get all these polys selected. So because they're all basically the same orientation on all these individual pieces, it's all identical, more or less. We already got this one texture, we're just going to clone those under those positions. So we don't have to do all that mapping separately. Right? Just make sure all the polys are selected. Like so. And then we're going to detach that. And we'll just call this Y member. Search for. And eventually I'll probably end up renaming that once I get that done, because I'll just do, these are all still going to be front Y member, I guess, once we're done. But for now we'll just do it that way. And then what I'll do, using these positions as a guide, as a template as far as where they need to go, I can take this piece that I just now detached, it's now by itself, isolated. I can clone this. I can do a clone, and I want to do this as a copy, and I'll just keep it that name, that's fine. And then just slide it over, let's affect this pivot actually, and center it onto that. So when I clone the individual pieces, it'll be on that same position there. So all I need to do is drag this on the X right into this position. Just on the X. I don't want to, because it's just on that axis. And just line it up with the, using these as a template, as a guide, just line those up with those. Like so. So now I'll clone it again. Do the copy. Clone over this one. So it's kind of eliminating having to do all that mapping. It's going to be all identical in this fashion when I do it this way. So what I'll be able to do once I get all these cloned like this is those ones that aren't mapped that I'm using as a guide, I guess, to put these in position, I'll just delete those. Won't need them anymore. Alright, so do a clone. Okay, drag that only on the X. So it saves a little bit of time, at least anyway. Said. Okay. Now this corner piece, that's going to be a separate piece. So I go into here. Right, now I need to isolate this one out. So I'm going to go here, polygon, drag, select all those polys. Make sure I get them all selected. Good. Now I want to detach. And I'll call this one corner. Y member. And these names are going to change, but I just want to, as far as if I need to go into the items list here, I know which one it is. So corner Y member, like so. And again, much the same as I did the other Y members. I'm going to take and clone this. Edit, clone that. Okay, and then, whoa, okay, now I want to affect the pivot. Centered object. And drag this all the way down here. Now I'll probably have to rotate this to get it to match this corner. And that should be 180. In theory, at least anyway. So I should have to take this and rotate it 180 to get it to line on this, line up with this corner. So obviously this is facing the wrong way here, as well as that way. Alright, so let's go into rotate. And I'm going to put this on an angle snap so I can get it 100% on 180. Like so. And I might have to go the other way. Yep, I gotta go the other way. Okay, so let's undo that. Put it back. So we gotta go 180 the other way. Let's go 180 this way. Okay, maybe, hold on. Am I looking at this the wrong way here? Maybe it only needs to be 90 degrees. I think I'm going too far. I think it's only 90. I think that's what I'm thinking. Is that wrong? Alright, so let's do 90 degrees. This way. Yeah, that's right. So I only need to go one. I don't know why I was thinking 180. So it's just 90 degrees I need to go this way. But I think, yeah, this one here needs to be over here. And then this needs to be over here. So I did it the wrong direction. So let's go this way. Whoop. I know it's 90 degrees. I just gotta figure out 90. Yeah, this is what makes me think it needs to be 180. Okay, so it needs to go like... Yeah, so I need to do some editing to this one, I guess. Because I need that longer piece. This needs to go here, and this one needs to go there. It might be better for me to just go ahead and texture this one, actually. Now that I think of it. This is going to be a little bit different here, because this is wrong. This needs to be over here, and then this side needs to be over here. So I think what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and texture this one. But that saves me a little bit of time as far as doing the other ones anyway. So I'll just delete that one. That's fine. I'll just go ahead and texture this one. So what I can do at this point is all those pieces that I now cloned, and that's going to be in the original front Y members, I'll delete those. So we'll go into here. So I want to keep that, obviously. But all these here, drag select all this. Oh, my bad. Front Y members, let's do this right. Let's go into polys. Drag select. And take all those out. Cool. So now we'll have all these just the individual pieces here now. So we'll have that separate, separate, separate. That's the part. That's the only thing left from the original front Y members, and then this is separated out too. So this is what we want to texture. That saved us a little bit of time as far as having to unwrap anyway. Okay. So now we'll do an unwrap on this one. We'll call it good. Unwrap. That. Okay. So in this case, the only thing we should have left in here is just that piece. So we should be able to easily go to polys and just select all these polys, and it should only be this member right here. So just to make sure there's nothing else selected, it's just that piece. That way we know we have just those polys on the piece that we want to texture. So let's do a new flatten map. Like so. Stretch this open a little bit. Let's go this way. Smush her down, put it up in this corner. Let's take the filter off. Oh, that's right. So we're not going to get that's because we separated that all out now. We deleted all the rest of those out of there. So this is the only thing that's left in there. So we'll just get this lined up roughly. It doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be perfect. We'll get it generally in the vicinity of that there. That should work. Cool. So now those are all textured. Awesome. So let me do a render on that really quick. Right, zoom in on that a little bit more. Yeah, you can definitely tell the difference. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Good deal. So those are all done. Now what I'll do, I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna select. This was the original name of it. Was front Y Y members. So I'm gonna select that one first. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. So as long as I select that one first, as far as my original name of of what I pieced out, I want that to stay that name. So when I collapse it, it'll be that same name. So collapse selected, and then just convert it back to an editable poly. There we go. So now it's back to one piece with that original name that I had, and it's all textured. So now that's done. So I'll go ahead and hide that. Just to kind of get an idea of what we got now, let's unhide our front uprights, pair them up with our Y members. Now I can really see how these look now. So it's render that. So there is a little bit of stretching, I guess, a little bit on these uprights. Just a little bit, so we could probably do some more tweaking on that if we wanted to. Not really that critical, but yeah, you can definitely see there's some stretching on here. On these uprights. Especially on the one side here. Yeah, so we might have to do some fine tuning on that possibly. Now that we've fixed the Y members, yeah, you can definitely see some stretching on these uprights. We may have to tweak that a little bit and do much the same thing as we did with the Y members. Just texture one upright, get that textured, clone it, and then just pair them up, I guess, with those positions for the other ones, and then just, yeah, follow the same process we did for the Y members. That would just be that simple. That's if we cared to want to do that anyway. So let's just kind of get an idea of what we've got going on there. So we'll hide that, hide this. Let's continue on with what we still need a texture. So we got the nailers, outside panels. The only thing we should have left at this point is the back Y members and the roof. Yeah. So let's do the back upright. Or the, I'm sorry, the back Y members. My bad. Let's unhide those. So these will probably do the same way. We'll do it independently. So these are only going this one direction here, as opposed to doing them in a group. So we'll get the texture applied to it. We're getting there slowly but surely. Okay. And then we want to apply unwrap modifier. Okay. And then open this up. You can see the orientation of that. We're going to bring our texture in. So you can see how that's oriented. Now again, we can do these independently, or we can do them as a group. What I'm finding seems to be working better is to do them independently, if we can help it. So even if we do just do one of them, and then we can piece it out, clone it, and go that route, we can do it that way, I suppose. That might be what I'll do, actually. That seems to be the best option, as far as the way the texture is applying. As far as doing it the way it is, as far as in a group, it's kind of still applying a little bit of stretching on the texture. It's not very effective there. Alright, so let's select all these polys. Get one of these textured for starters. Alright, that's all textured. Now if we go here, I'm going to filter out the rest of it. Let's do flatten map. Puts us that way. We're going to rotate it this way. Scale it down. Let's just select all the rest of it. We're going to put it down in this corner. Like so. Now something I guess I didn't realize, there's some black. I just noticed that now. Okay. I don't know if I was putting a lot of that into that area or not. I'm not sure. I noticed there's a black strip here too. So I might have put that somewhat in there. Don't remember. Okay. Just noticed that just now. I don't know if I was putting it over in here. I don't think I was though. Okay. So we got this one texture. Let's render this. That should look good. Yeah, looks pretty decent. Let's turn. What? Let's do this. Let's turn it this way. Let's render it that way. This one is observing whether or not there's any stretching on it. It doesn't look like there is. Zoom in a little bit more. Nope, not really at all. That's good. So what we'll do, we'll use this as a template to be able to clone and just copy that I guess to the I'm gonna go ahead and collapse this texturing. Hold that. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all these polys and detach it from the rest of them. I'm going to clone it just like I did the front Y members. Okay. So we'll go detach. I'm just going to keep it yeah, we'll do it that way. So that's all attached. Okay. What's going on my playlist? Yes, I'm still here. I'm still here. Fuel Banes. Oh, a little over 4 hours in the stream there. Cool. Got a little bit of a process here, but we are making progress in our process. That's for sure. It's not like we're not getting anywhere. That's for sure. All right, so we got that segregated out. So now what I want to do, watch the same as like I said on the front members there. Let's go to this. I'm going to clone this as a copy. Okay. And I want to affect the pivot and center to that. So that way I can just move it on the X axis as much the way I did on the front Y members, and just put this into position. So that's already mapped. I'll just be able to put these into position. Just sliding it on the one axis here. Actually, what the heck? Why are those? Interesting. So these are in a different position. Alright. In any case, we want to get them lined up to what those were here. So it's not just on the one axis in this case. That's interesting. Interesting, okay. Well, we definitely want to make sure we get them lined up to those original positions for what we're trying to duplicate. That looks pretty good there. Clone that again. Based on that, so go on the X here. So it must be the ones on the very ends are a little bit different. Did not know that. So the one on the very end here is in a little bit different orientation as opposed to the rest, the ones in the center that are more on the inside of the barn. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. That should be pretty good. All right. Clone that. Now I'm doing it as a copy because if I do any modifications, I guess to, if I do it as a instance, if I move one of them, if I do it as an instance, it's going to affect every one of them previous to that, in this case. And I don't only want to affect the one that I'm initially selected here. So that's the difference between doing an instance and a copy. Just to give some clarification on that. So this one here, you can see that's clipping a little bit. I guess I've got it pretty darn close. Okay. Yeah, that should be pretty close there. I don't think it's really critical. I gotta get dead on nuts, I guess, as far as the exact same position, but I don't want it too far off either. Oh, goodness. A little bit of stretch there. Okay, so let's do clone. Over here, we got one more to do after this. Okay. So that tan one I just did, that was a lot easier to kind of get it lined up a little bit better. But what I'm doing is I'm looking at the mesh of it, actually how it's clipping into the piece that I'm trying to line it up with. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be that critical to have to dead on. We just don't want it like super off, like off this way, like for example. I want to get as close as possible. That should work. Now this one on the end here should be somewhat the same, I guess, as the one on the other end. It's kind of set back a little bit as opposed to inward. Pretty interesting. Okay, let's do probably what I could do. Now that I think of that, I'm gonna take that object one. Very original piece here. Clone that. That should line up with the one on the other and the other gable end. Clone. Yep. What? What did you do? Why is it not giving me the option to move it? Oh, I didn't. I got center. Effect to pivot, that's all. It's like, what the heck? Center. Yeah, so I should only have to move this on the X on this last one. So the ones in between both ends actually had to be moved forward a little bit. It's kind of interesting, not only on the X, but also a little bit on the Y. So these ones on the ends should be exactly the same. Okay. I don't remember doing that actually, but that's what I found necessary to have to do. So that's what we're gonna do, get those lined up. Okay. That should do it. Alrighty then, so now we've got all those lined up, so we should have back Y members. So if anything, I want to select this, so all the rest of that we'll just be able to delete it. So also what we replaced, I'm going to copy this name, because the way when I clone that piece, I didn't maintain it, so I need to copy this name, so I want to maintain the name of it when I collapse it back. So I want to get that all selected. Take these polys out. I don't want those anymore. So that's our new pieces there. So now when I collapse this all together, again I'll be able to... Wait, I still got something left in there? What's still in there? Got something still in there. Or is that just an empty transform now? Shouldn't be anything left in there. Yep, shouldn't be anything left in there, so it's just left with the transform is also right at the 0. Okay. I was gonna say. So let's do this. Copy that name. Let's make sure I have that. And now I want to take all of this here and collapse it. Do collapse. Select it so that's all mapped. So that's an all one piece, but I'm going to rename this here. Paste. Boom. So So that's our new backlight members. Alrighty then, so now let's just make this editable poly. And now those are done. So those are all put in the proper orientation, textured, good to go. So now let's do hide. Now I think the only thing we got left in this whole thing here is the roof. Or the roof and the inside panels. So I got the outside panels, I still got the inside panels. Let's do the roof next. Roof. So let's bring the roof out. Now, this might be a little bit interesting. Because what I've come to find so far, with the way I texture this, if I do it in a group like this, it's not very favorable. As far as it kind of stretches the texture. So I might find it necessary to have to break this down a little bit more than the way it is. So I'll save that one for last. Let's do the inside panels, and I'll have to break this down a little bit more so that I can select these different polys individually. Yeah, I want to break this down a little bit more at least anyway. So let's go ahead and hide this for now. And bring in our inside panels. Okay. Now, what I should be able to do, at least in theory, what I should be able to do is take the outside panels, clone that, and that'll be my new inside panels. If I flip those polys, I guess, from the outside panels, that's basically going to be that. But I think that may not be the case because I know I have some thickness in those outside panels. It's not just a flat plano. So I'm going to have to texture to these. Yeah. So I don't think I can do that. Unfortunately. And that's okay. That's not a big deal. That's wishful thinking though, that's for sure. So let me bring in, that said, let's bring in the outside panels as well, so you kind of see the difference here. So there is a thickness between, so it's not just a flat panel. There's some thickness to, yeah, as far as that thickness here. So it's going to be inset or offset, I guess, from the outside panels. So I can't necessarily just take, now if I really wanted to get creative, I've already got those pieces. I could still clone that, but still line it up with the inside panels. You know, kind of get those, but I'd have to detach that cloned outside pieces to match up with our original inside pieces. I mean, I could go through all that jazz if I wanted to, but question is, do I want to do it that way? I think it'd be a lot of work, because I'd have to detach a lot of the pieces on the outside panels that I clone in order to do that, right? So I think what I'm going to do is just go ahead and just texture it much the same way as I did the outside panels. I think that's going to be a lot quicker than having to detach and reattach, I guess, from the cloned outside panels to get it to match on the inside panels. That's a little too much work, honestly. Yeah, so you can even see the offset, I guess, as far as the inside panels on this here. Yeah, we don't want to do that because the posts go through here. So yeah, we'll just do those. We'll texture those in separately. That'll be fine. But at least that gives us a sense of what options that we have, at least anyway. Okay. Okie dokie. So let's we need inside panels. Yep. So we want to apply the texture to it. Put the texture on it. Cool. It's going to look a little funky, and that's okay. That's to be expected. Now we'll do our unwrap. Like so. You can really see how funky the texture is on it. So we'll go open this up. That's the orientation of everything. Stretch this out a little. Alrighty then, so we want, let's get all these back panels here. This won't be that incredibly that hard of a texture actually. all we really have is the same thing as we did on the outside panels. We got all this here, the roof. I don't think we don't have any, the only difference on the inside panels, we don't have any edges. Those are all on the outside panels. So there's none of those thin edges. That's really the only difference then. Okay. So with those selected, go here, and I'm gonna do just a quick planner. Filter out the rest of it. So you can see the bottom edge is this half. So we want to rotate it this way. And let's move this right over here. Now, going by how we did the outside panels, we have the roof, you know, as far as the gable ends are on this half, I guess, of the tan. So we want to kind of do one of these numbers. And then we don't have to worry about overlap, but I'm just saying just kind of keep the everything nice and clean. Just do it this way. Now what I really could do if I wanted to get picky is I can leave a little bit of room on this so I can grid snap these inside panels to the outside panels once I get it all done. So I think that's what I will do. I'll leave a little bit of padding on these inside panels here like this. That way I've got room to be able to grid snap this inside panels to the outside panels. Right. And it'll make more sense, I guess, once I collapse the whole model and then just redo, kind of clean up the texture mapping after everything's all textured. Okay, so let's do that for now. So that's all initially textured. Let's do the roof. So we'll select all these polys, like so. And we'll go into here. Let's do quick planer. And we want to rotate that each way. And again, I'm going to keep this lined up on this half, because the gable ends are going to go on this second half, I guess, of the tan. Okay. Something like that. Cool. Now, this is what we decided to do, I guess, on the inside of the roof. Simply because initially I think we had the green on it, so we could necessarily still go with the green if we wanted to kind of make it the same color as the green that's on the outside. You can necessarily do that. Yeah, let me try that, because I know that's one of the options that we talked about earlier as far as what we could do. So let's go ahead and put the green on it. Move this over here. Now again, I think what I did for the roof is I stretched this all the way across this like that. Something like that. And again, if I leave a little bit of padding on this in here, I could necessarily be able to grid snap that to the outside panels once I get this all collapsed down. So I'm just taking into consideration doing that. So let's do this green so that matches the outside panels. I think that'll work. Cool. Alright, so those are done. Now we need to do the gable ends on the inside. Alright, so let's do our gable ends on the inside. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Like that. And we do a quick planer. Now, this is where it comes into play as far as, like I said, that the second half of the tan. So we need to rotate it this way and then put it on the second half of the tan on the texture. something like that. Cool. I'll do the other gable end. Quick planner, rotate, put it right over here. Now, in this case, I can do, so I can kind of grid snap this like so. Just grid snap these two together. Something like that. Now I'm going to put the grid snap on and go to vertex mode. Snap this right over top of that. Whoa. Easy there, buddy. So I'm matching that right up with the other gable end. That should be directly on top of each other. Like so. Cool. Okay, so now we got the gable ends done, the roof is done, and the back wall is done. Cool. Yowza. Yep. So this is just like that. Got that all textured. So I got the I still got the outside panels in there, so you can kind of really get a sense of how this is coming together. So if I bring in, say, let's do the back post. We'll do the back uprights and the back Y members. Now you can see where we're at. It's really coming along. As far as getting that texturing reapplied. Yep, so the only thing I don't have in there is a roof. So obviously those Y members mount up to the roof rafters. I'm going to have to break that down a little bit more, actually, like I said. Okay. Alright, so with these outside panels, I'm going to go ahead and collapse this texturing. We're done with that for now. Okay. So go ahead and hide these. Hide the outside panels. Hide the inside panels. Y members. And then now we'll bring out the roof. So the only thing we got left is texture, but like I said, I want to break this down a little bit better. Because I want to texture this. Like I said, the way the grouping's going, I guess as far as the group texture, group UV unwrap, that's not very pleasurable. So I want to break these down into the purlings as opposed to the trusses, individual trusses and such. So I can map those independently. Okay. I'm going to save this scene as far as the work I got done so far. Save that progress. Yeah. I think that should work so far. This shouldn't be too hard, I guess, to be able to do it. It looks probably a little bit more complicated than it actually is. But let's go like this. We'll go select that. Got an editable poly. Select the polys. I'll do the spray can selection method. So what I can initially do, select all these like this. Whoops, I don't want to get that. Shoot, I don't want that beam. So I want that. I don't want that beam that's in there. Just want to get the purlings here. So the fact that it's just one long purling, it's not like all independent, and all individual. It's one long purling that goes from one gable to the other. It makes it a little bit simpler. Kind of almost glad I did it that way, honestly. So now I'll be able to attach to that, and we'll call these purling. Purlings, okay, so there we go. And we'll go ahead and hide those. Now we're left with trusses. Let's see. Did I miss purling? I think I did. I guess that's not really a purling. But let's separate. That's kind of more of a soffit as far as these pieces right here. So I'll do these as soffit. Okay, and we can break it down further if we need to. Let's select these, and we'll call these soffit. I'll put those both together. Actually, I'll probably do soffit 1, soffit 2. Let's do that. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Yeah. So let's detach. Yeah, cool. So let's do detach. I'm going to make this soffit 1. And hide that. Oh crap. I must have did. Yeah, there we go. So hide that, and then we'll do this soffit. So that's soffit 2. Alrighty then, so that's that. Detach that as soffit 2. Hello, there we go. O-F-F-I-T and do soffit 2. Select that and hide that. So now we're down to just the trusses. Breaking her down. Okay, so now let's get let's see, vertical truss, or horizontal truss, I should say. Okay, let's get those next. Like I said, it's not too bad, just a matter of breaking it down to where I want. You can see by using this paint select method here with the polys, it makes it a little bit easier, especially with the fact that this is, you know, one long stretch of polys. It's not all pieced out. Okay, so these here, I'll consider these as, attach those, and we'll call these H truss. H trusses, there we go. Alright, and then we'll hide those. Alright, now we got these vertical truss, so V truss. We call these here. All these V trusses. Just making sure I got all of those probably selected. Cool. So we'll go to attach and call these V trusses. Good. Select those, we'll hide those. Alright, now we want I'm gonna call this truss spline. middle piece here as far as for the peak. Oh, I see. So it's hollowed out there. Gotcha. So these are the polys that show into the shed. So there's no, excuse me, there's no polys on this this hollowed out part here. No backing faces on that. So okay. Yep. That's kind of like, this is by design there. Very simple piece, so we'll just do that. Attach that, and we'll call that truss spline, or even just spine, not spline. There we go. That's going to be kind of the backbone of the whole truss there. Everything's kind of all tied into that. Alright, so hide that out. Yep. Now we're only left with these. Cool. Now these here we'll call... Yeah, we'll just... I don't know. Yeah, we'll just leave that as a roof. That sounds fine. Okay, so what I'll probably do in this case, probably do it much the same way I did like all the Y members. I'll texture one of them, and then once I texture that, I'll collapse that mapping and just clone it, and then just line them up, I guess, with the individual ones. So I might map one on each side, so I don't necessarily have to flip it and all that good stuff, just so that I know what lines up. And I only have to move it on the X axis, I guess. At least in theory, anyway. So I'll map probably the two opposing sides on either side of the spine, and then just clone the rest of them all the way across. Just to kind of save me some texture mapping, at least, anyway. Alright, so let's apply the material. First off, there we go. Yeah, so let me detach two of these so I can texture those independently on either side of the spine. Let's go poly. Let's go like this. Make sure I get it all. Looking pretty good so far. Alright, so detach. Yeah, I'll just leave that as object. That's fine. So I'll do one on this side and then one on this side as well. That way I'll have one to clone along each side. I won't have to flip it and rotate it and all that jazz to get it to line up. Okay, so these polys. Save me a little bit of headache anyway. Okay, so attach that. Two, cool. So I'll texture those independently. So I have one for each side to clone on each side of the spine anyway. Okay, cool. So I'm going to use that basically as a guide to be able to line that up once I get them textured. So let's do UV unwrap on this one. We'll stretch this out a little bit. Polys. Alright, where are we at on this? Since we got this separated out here. Where are we at here? Right over here. Cool. So let's drag select. Okay. Now we should be able to do a, excuse me, a flattened map on this one. Gives me that. So rotate it this way. And we'll just scrunch that down in here. There we go. Something like that. So I can go all the way to the bottom if I want to, but we got those other Y members into here, so just kind of clean it up a little bit, I guess, as far as crunching them all into that. So now we should be able to render this and see how we look there. Actually doesn't look. I think we still got some stretching on it though for some reason. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, some of it's not UV matte yet. Oops, let's zoom in on that a little bit more. Looks like it's got some stretching here for some reason. Texture stretching anyway. Yeah. Interesting. So it looks like I'm still going to get some texture stretching on it regardless how I do that. It's not bad. Just wish it wasn't doing that. Okay. Try something else here really quick here. So if I go like this, I'm gonna try to do this. I'm gonna rotate it this way. Just want to try something here. So if I go this way, see what this does. Just kind of curious. That kind of stretches it way out though. I don't know if I want that. But if it looks better, we'll go with it. Nope, definitely doesn't look better. That stretches it way too much there. Definitely telling that. I like it better the other way. Okay, I just wanted to try it at least anyway. I kind of figured that might be somewhat the result, but it didn't hurt to try it. It's got a tremendous amount of stretching that way. Definitely don't want that. Okay, so it's this way. Yeah, so we'll just keep it like this. Yeah, it'll work. Okay, I think this is going to be our best solution there. It's still got a little bit of texture stretching, but it's not nearly as bad as going the other way. Yep. Yeah, this'll work. It's not nearly as bad as doing it the other way, that's for sure. It's not the best, but I think it'll fly. Okay, good deal. All right, so let's texture this one. Actually, we can collapse down this texture mapping. Oh, yes, please. Let's go to this one. Line unwrap to that. Open that up. Whoop. Okay, so we should have, where they look, right over here. Just drag select all that. We'll do a flatten map. Cool. And we'll turn it this way. And squish them up on here. Okay, so now we got one for each side. Yep. Okay, got a marbly effect to it, I guess, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we'll go with that. Okay. Now we got those two textured. Now we'll be able to let's collapse that texture mapping. Yes, please. So while I'm on this one here, I want to clone this. Actually, let me affect the pivot first. Yeah, let's get the pivot right here. So I'm going to affect the pivot. And center, there we go. Now let's clone it. And yeah, we'll just do a copy as. And we should only have to move it on the X here. Just line it up with this one. Yep, I'm still here. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. Alright, so looks good. So we'll go ahead and clone it again. So this is kind of eliminates having to texture each individual one. So just texturing the one as far as UV unwrapping, and then just lining these up with the original positions of those pieces there. Takes a little bit of that labor out of it. Clone that again. Drag that over here. Okay. Edit clone. So edit clone. Last one. For this side, at least, anyway. Alrighty then. Cool. So now we got all those. So our roof, at least on this side, I'll leave them all in there once I get it all done and cloned on this side. I'll just take out all the ones that we don't need to keep, obviously. And our roof. Okay, so on this one, we need to clone this one. Actually, we need to affect the pivot. Centered object. There we go. Now go ahead and clone it. Line that up with here. Okay. Clone. You know, if I really want to get picky with this, I'm just using it as a guide. If I didn't have these to go by, I'd probably be making myself like a ruler, space these out so I can get the proper. But because I got these to guide me putting in the position, it kind of takes some of that work out of it, at least anyway. Because these should roughly be 8 foot on center, which is common building practices. You know, kind of using that same ideal or logic, I guess, with common building practices. we go. So we got all that. Now what we should do on our roof is now take out the stuff that we don't need. So with all that selected, polygon, I'm gonna do, yeah, just keep it on the spray can. Oh my goodness, what the heck? That's not what I wanted to do. Let's go like that. And just select all those polys and get them out of there. Don't need them anymore, so we got the new clone pieces in there. Make sure we get it all. So with all that selected, bye-bye. Whoops, I still got a little bit in there, looks like. Missed a little bit right there. Bye-bye. Now we still got the empty transform, I guess, for it, but it doesn't matter. I can copy that name, but it doesn't really make any difference now. So now what I can do is all this. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete this out, actually. We'll delete that out. Go into our items list. Select all these. Collapse them together. And we'll just rename it to roof. There. So now we got some newly textured roof members, I guess there. I want to call them that. Cool. Yep. Good deal. Alright, so now let's bring back our spine, our truss spine. And we'll get that textured. Let's apply the texture. Okay. And then it's a pretty simple piece actually. So let's apply our unwrap. Open that UV editor. So you can see that orientation there initially. Texture. We'll go into polygon. Select all that, and we'll do a flatten map on that. Cool. And we'll just rotate it this way. Put that right over here. Something like that. Let's see how that looks. Yep. You can see it's got that grunge on it too. Yep. Looks pretty good there. Marvelous. Uh-oh. Yep. Cursor kind of rolled off the main monitor. No reason why that happened. Okay, so we got that done. Okay, get in there. Unhide the okay, we got the soffits, the vertical trusses. That's these pieces. Okay, we'll probably do these independently. So I'll probably do the same thing. I'll probably detach one of these out here, clone it in. Suppose of doing it. So like I said, so far what I'm coming to find as far as doing it as a group map, you know, as far as UV unwrap, it's not, there's too much stretching of the texture, honestly, so just to kind of eliminate that, we're going to do these independently. So on this here, we'll apply the texture, at least. I do a little bit of work on the roof part, that's for sure. Alright, so let's apply that texture. Yep, let's segregate out. A little itchy there. Okay, cool. Let's paint those. We're going to detach this from it. We'll texture just this piece. And then clone it into the other positions. Just like we did for the rest of the roof so far. A lot of little intricate pieces, I guess, of the roof. That's for sure. Alright, so detach that. And yeah, we'll just leave it like that for now. Alright, so now we'll go into this. Let's apply it on wrap. View the editor. Texture. Stretch that out a bit so we should be able to see where it at. Oh, way out here. Holy crap. So let's do flat map. There we go. Okay, we'll rotate it this way. Squeeze her down. We'll put this down in this corner where we put all the rest of this stuff. Yeah, put it right down here. That'll work. I gotta sneeze. It's like I'm kind of anticipating muting the mic, and it's just like I don't want to sneeze into the mic. I got that little tickling into my nose though. Alright, so that looks good. So we'll collapse that texture mapping. And yeah, we'll just leave it like that for now. That's fine. So let's do. We got effect pivot on this one. Center that. And we'll go ahead and clone it. Copy. Slide it over next to this position. Okay. Edit, clone. Ooh. Put that, cool. Edit, clone. Alright. Getting the right amount of clip into that thing though. Okay, cool. Awesome. So there we go. So now we need, so these V trusses that I have here, don't need those anymore. So I can essentially delete that, and then I'll just combine these into the new V trusses. So we'll do collapse selected. And we're going to call these V trusses. Okay, those are mapped, so that part's done. Again, we're getting there. Alright, now we've got the H trusses, the horizontal trusses. This way, we do the same thing with these. We get one textured, clone that, and put those in those pieces. Alright, so let's get the texture applied to it. select polys for that. Okay, and then we'll detach. Fine. Now we need to texture it. Get it UV unwrapped. Let's go ahead and affect the pivot right away because we're going to need to do that. Okay, now let's do texture unwrap. UVW unwrap. Editor. Where are we at there? So there it is right there. We'll get that selected. We'll go by poly level. Flatten map. Oh, cool. That's the orientation we want, actually. So let's go over this way. Okay, that'll work. Deal. Gonna match them with all the rest of our texture mapping there. Cool. Now we want to take this, collapsed all. Good deal. Now we'll clone it and slide that over this one. Get the proper amount of clip in this thing. Okay. Edit clone. Cool. So that's that. So now we'll be able to take the H trusses. Don't need those anymore. That's our new one, so we'll just combine. Oh, bugger. Go into our item list here. So object 1, 2, 3, and 4. Collapse that. And we'll call these H trusses. Cool. So those are now mapped. Another piece down. We're getting there. Lots of pieces to these trusses. Alright, what else we got? So we should have the purlings and then our soffits. So for the purlings, I could probably get away on the purlings just to go ahead and put that in that black area and do those all together. I don't need to get, these aren't quite as yeah, I'm gonna try doing it that way anyway. They're not steel. The purlings are usually like a wood anyway, but even if it's like a stained or painted wood as far as for the purlings, so we'll just go what I'm gonna do with these. Smart Alec come with the alert. Thanks for the alert. Appreciate the alert there, Smart Alec. Alright, so let's apply the texture and the material to it. Alright, so we got that. We're gonna try it this anyway, see what it looks like anyway. So let's do an unwrap. Okay, so bring up the UV editor. Yeah, so we got this orientation. Put the texture in, stretch this out a little bit. Alright, so let's select all these from the poly level. And we'll just do a flatten map. Okay, now we'll rotate it this way. And I think what I'll do is I'll split these up in half here. Much the same as I did the nailers. Yowza. Okay, let's move this over. Okay, so I'm going to scale these down. Squeeze them in here. Okay. Take these. Squeeze them onto this part. Alrighty then. Cool. I think that should work for the purlings, I believe. I think that should work. So let's see what we got here. So this gives it some color. Yeah, I think that'll work. Marvelous. Okay. Now, all we got left is the soffits. Okay, so let's bring up soffit 1. I don't think the orientations of each soffit are going to be the same, I don't believe. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, so the way this one works, or that works for this side, so we got the fascia, as well as that beam to make that soffit. I guess you can call it somewhat of a soffit. It's kind of both on an angle here, but it kind of serves as soffit material. It's kind of like a rest for the trusses, actually, but even though the posts are there. Yeah, so as far as this soffit and this soffit too. Yeah, so those are kind of opposing. Alright, I think what I'm going to do with the soffits is to do the same thing like I did for the purlings. Just put it into that black section there. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Okay, so let's just apply material to both of these soffits. Material. That. As well as this one. Okay, so let's do UV unwrap. Okay, so now we go poly level. Select all the polys, do a flatten map. Yeah, this will work. So I'll just put this. I can do it one of two ways. I can put it in the into this area or that area. Let's try it in the grunge area here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try that for starters. See how that looks. Alright, let's see how that looks, just out of curiosity. Let's go like that. Yeah. That doesn't look too bad. I think I'll go that way. Cool. We'll do it that way. Let's do the same on this one here. Whoops. Where's the soffit at? Give me the soffit, dang it. There we go. Unwrap. Alright, so poly level. So the polys. Mapping, flatten mapping. Boom. Take it this way. The only reason why I'm not going all the way to the end here is I have those for the Y members. I don't have, you know, I'm just trying to keep the you know, the poly texture, you know, the texturing of the polys anyway, somewhat cleaned up. So when I collapse all this business down, if I want to clean up, I guess the texture with it all collapsed down, I'll be able to see where those Y members are. So if you didn't necessarily want to paint this particular area of the texture a different color to make the Y members, I guess, a different color, you know, you never know. You'd be able to do that. So I'm kind of guesstimating as far as how much space that I used up for that area. And it was just this bottom corner, I guess, of that grunge. So that's why I'm not going all the way down to the end, just in case anybody might be wondering. Okay. So that's going to be our soffits. Alright, so we'll select that. Swing that around this way. Get a better look at it. Yeah, I think it'll work. Cool. Marvelous. Okay, so I think we got all the roof done. That was quite a bit of a task there. So let's make sure, let's go into our unhide. So just making sure, so yep, everything else is on-roof related. So yeah, that's all of our roof right there. Cool. So from here, I'm going to go ahead and save this scene as it is. Okay. It's doing an auto save. You know, I'll just make sure I got that saved at that point. So I got it at my disposal there. So now what I should be able to do, wait a minute, I got the back Y members in here? Where? Oh, I must have forgot to delete the, wait a minute. Is that an empty? Hold on. That's the old one. I almost forgot to take that out. My bad. This is the one I need to keep. That's those there. So that's an old one. Oopsie. Okay, hold on. Let me hide that. Nope, that's the one I want to get rid of. Okay, unhide. Jesus. Dang it. I forgot. I got to have that empty transform for those. That happens sometimes. So I need to select these. That's the one I want to keep. So hide those. And then this other one I need to get rid of. Yep, that one's got to go bye-bye. That's an empty transform. Alright, so H trusses. Alright, so back uprights, back Y members. Oop, did I spell this one wrong? Yeah, so I spelled this one wrong. Let's fix our typo on that. Okay, hide that. Okay. Backline members. Yep. Backline members, front uprights, front line members, inside panels, middle upright, nailers, and outside panels. Cool. I think we're good to go. So now we'll save this again. So we had that empty transform from the back Y members. We don't want those. Okay, so right on. So now what I want to do, I don't know if I want to group this or part of me wants to just group this as opposed to collapse it. I think what I will do, now that I got the scene saved, what I want to do is I'll go ahead and collapse all this. Just for starters, this is going to be our entire roof. And I've already got that scene saved, so I can always revert if I don't like the result. But I'll go ahead and collapse this. Collapse. Selected. Alright. Now what I want to look at is how our texture mapping is. So I want to apply an unwrap to this. And just see how wacky that thing is. If it needs any cleaning up. Shouldn't be too bad. That's what I want to see though. Yeah. So you can kind of see how clean all of our roof texturing is here. So as far as the wire mapping for all the roof, that's where we... So again, as far as like what I wanted to see is how much overlap we had for our Y members and all that good stuff. So it kind of goes up higher than I thought. But that's okay. So our Y members are kind of go a lot further than what I was... So all of our other pieces, it kind of overlaps that. So if I wanted to take the initiative, I guess, to move all those pieces up, I could do that. Better accommodate against those Y members coming up a little bit higher than where I put. This is where the Y members end, right here, right about here. And I kind of overlapped much further, I guess, all the other pieces into that where those Y members are. So being able to color this a different color for the Y members, I wouldn't be able to do that effectively. So if I painted that whole area, that's going to actually affect some of the other roof pieces, the way this is currently. But for the most part, you can see how nice and clean it is. As far as like there's no helter-skelter to it. It's like nice and narrow and uniform, I guess, as far as it's not overlapping, going all kinds of wacky and helter-skelter, like I say. Pretty clean. For now, I'm going to leave it just like that. I don't really see any purpose to have to paint the Y members, I guess, a different color. And that was a decent thought, I guess, anyway, for it. I thought it might have been kind of a cool aspect. But, okay. Collapse that back down. I'm going to leave it this way, I think. That'll be sufficient. As far as collapse down, anyway. Collapse down. Collapse that texture mapping, and I want to convert this back to an editable poly. And we want to call this roof. Okay. There we go. Now let's bring back all of our individual pieces. Get all of that so we can see the whole thing together now. It's now all together and textured. That was a workout, I'm not gonna lie. So from this point I can go ahead and save it this way. Now we got it all done and textured. And whether or not I want to keep the green like that, I can change that if I want. But I guess for now I'll go ahead and just keep it that way. There's still some tweaking I can do on it if I wanted to. Doesn't look too bad though. You know, and at this point, if I really wanted to change how that grunge is showing on the, I can just adjust the texture, right? I wouldn't necessarily need to, whoa, stream kind of burped there a little bit. But yeah, that at least gives you somewhat of an idea of where we're at with that now. So now I will be able to segregate out from this point. I'm going to go ahead and save it this way anyway. Save the scene. I think I'm happy with that so far. Well, going through all that jazz, I guess, just to get it to be able to modify these individual posts here. That's really all I was trying to accomplish there. So now I'll be able to take the rest of the model, with exceptions to these uprights. So let's go, for example, I'll go like this, and uninclude the front Y uprights, for example. Leave those out, collapse that all down, and I'll be able to leave that out, and I'll be able to control from this point if there's collision in those or not. So independently, if you will. That was the whole point, I guess, of doing this in the first place. So the fact that we had to reverse engineer it, reapply, I guess, the texture mapping, I guess, to the model just to get to that point. And that's all because, if anything, this is the takeaway from this is, regardless of whether or not you created this originally or not, if you didn't save your work, or if you lost your work, I guess in the previous thing, there is a way to recover that. And it all comes down to how well you constructed the model in the first place. And again, it doesn't matter if it's the way you did it or if somebody else did it. It's going to determine how easy or hard it's going to be, I guess, to reconstruct it again. So again, that's really the takeaway, I guess, with this whole thing here. Well, it's been a little over 5 hours, I guess, in the stream here. I'm pretty satisfied with what I have at my disposal at this point to be able to move forward and progress, I guess, with what I need to do with this model, I guess, from henceforth. So that's pretty much all I have to go over. I do hope that was insightful, I guess, for some people, I guess, to try and do something, I guess, with something that might already be in existence, and to kind of be able to modify it to have it do something else that you want it to do. As far as, like, for me, it was to remove the collisions on these posts here. Now, the fact that I had to go to that extreme to have to reverse engineer it like I did, which really went in all reality there anyway, is the way this was constructed, the way I originally constructed as far as the number of polys in it. It wasn't all like in several little slivers and pieces. It was really easy, I guess, to be able to paint those and select those polys. Granted, yeah, there's still a lot involved, especially with the roof and all that stuff. But when you really look at it in the long run, it was relatively a nice workflow. It's nice, smooth, easy way to select those pieces to get them broke down in the fashion that it did to get it to where we are now. So even though it took me a better part of 5 hours, I guess, to do that, it's still possible. You know, if you had a little bit of patience and a little bit of disrespecting, I guess, the model, I guess, as far as the way you might have originally did it or the way somebody else might have did it to get it to do something else. That's the satisfaction that you get, I guess, of being able to do the 3D modeling in this fashion. So I hope that is necessarily the takeaway, I guess, from this whole adventure, I guess, that we've done, I guess, to try and reinvent and reapply, I guess, the structure that is this bale storage. That's really all I have there. That's a little bit longer, I guess, than I usually do for Spline Design Studios Saturday, but I felt it was well worth it. We were able to accomplish quite a bit to get the end result that we do have now, so I think that's pretty satisfactory, if you ask me. Don't know if we necessarily have anybody lurking in the chat there, but if there isn't, that's perfectly fine too. I do appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, and seeing what I had going on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday today. I really didn't have a clue, honestly, as far as what to really do. And this is just one of those many projects that I have on the side to do. So the fact that it's just one of them I needed to do, and I was able to at least show you what some of my processes, I guess, as far as some of the things that I have to deal with as far as either map building for Farming Simulator 19 or anything else. This is pretty much the process I have to go to. So again, yeah, that's why it does take a little bit of while, even for something as simple as this structure. It does take a little bit of time, I guess, to get it done. It's just not lickety split. So yeah, that's another takeaway, I guess, as far as so I'm just looking around to see if I do have necessarily anybody to raid here. So I'm just kind of looking around here for a bit. So if there is anybody here, feel free, I guess, to stick around for the. I'm just gonna go ahead and do a soft raid, as I call it. I'll go ahead and end the stream and just feel free to stick around, like I said, for the host at the end of the stream. I do appreciate everybody that did lurk in the chat, in the stream, I guess, for today. And I hope to see y'all next time. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the follow button on the channel to get the notifications when the stream goes live next. And I do hope to see you all again real soon. Goodbye for now.